program is brought to you by Newsworks in cooperation with the City of Eau Claire. This program is simulcast on WRFP-LP 101.9 FM.
Call this meeting of the Eau Claire City Council to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Here.
Beaton.
Here.
Berge.
Here.
Christopherson.
Here.
Emmanuel.
Here.
Gregert.
Here.
Strobel. Weld.
Here.
Worthman.
Here.
Jean.
And we have a quorum. Thank you again, Madam City Clerk. I want to welcome everyone this evening to our Monday meeting of the Eau Claire City Council. I should just make a quick note that council members, the microphones are not working this evening again, unfortunately. So if you have questions, if you could just speak up when the time comes. But I believe our microphone here is working, and it sounds like my microphone is working as well. So, welcome everyone again to this Monday evening of the Eau Claire City Council. The meetings on our Monday nights are a chance for residents and community members to share their thoughts and concerns about items that are on the agenda. It also helps inform us for our votes tomorrow at 4 p.m. as a council. I want to just briefly thank Valley Media Works who help us live stream these proceedings. If folks are not able to make it this evening, they can still catch the proceedings at valleymediaworks.org or on the government channel 99.4 Charter Cable. And it's also on the radio at 101.9 FM. Past meetings of the Eau Claire City Council are found on Valley Media Works YouTube channel as well. I want to just briefly go over the protocol for how we run the meetings. And so what will happen is that I'll introduce the agenda item, and then in some cases, the City Council, most often the staff, will present on that item. And then we may ask a question or two for clarity as well as a City Council. Once that has concluded, then I will invite folks up to the front to please share your input, thoughts, and comments. We have a microphone here, and if you'll see there's a green light on here. We have 5-minute speaking turns, and you'll see that the light will turn from yellow to red. When it starts flashing red, that means that your speaking turn has come up. And I will, if you go much sort of past it, I'll make sure to ask you to conclude your remarks. But if you can keep to 5 minutes, that would be absolutely great. Once you've concluded your remarks, please just wait a second at the podium, because sometimes council members may have an additional question they would like to ask. And it just helps us clarify sometimes what you're saying. If you do not wish to speak tonight, we also, at the podium, we also have an opportunity for you to fill out one of the forms in the back of the room, and you'll see them there. We get those distributed to us before our vote tomorrow. And so if you don't feel comfortable coming to the front, or you'd rather just fill in a comment form in the back of the room, please do that as well. You can also visit the City Council's website and send us an email or give us a call as well. Lastly, we also offer an opportunity for folks to speak on items that may not be listed on the agenda. And so you'll notice in the agenda on public comment, during our public comment period, we actually have a sign-up form at the back of the room. And if you are interested in speaking on an item that's not on the agenda, if you have an idea you want to bring forward, please make sure to fill in your name on the comment sheet. Again, that's only for things that are not listed here this evening. So with that, I think we're going to then get started with our first order of business this evening. And this is a public hearing around our street improvements. Item number 1 is a public hearing, proposed street, utility, and sidewalk improvements on the following streets. And we're going to take them 3 at a time this evening. So it's Grant Avenue, Lincoln Avenue, and East Lake Street. Mr. Solberg.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. The first 3 streets of this evening's hearings are pretty straightforward streets. They consist of replacement of utilities and the driving surface. The first project proposed is Grant Avenue West from Ellis Street to from Ellis Street to State Street. So Ellis Street is to the left, State Street's to the right, MacArthur is to the north, and Hamilton is to the south. The utilities in Grant Avenue were built in the 1940s and 50s. The existing street was paved in 1955 and chip sealed in the 2000s. The existing pavement has a condition range of 49 to 61 on a scale of 100, and the sidewalk is present at 100% of the length of this. So what the project proposes is to replace all three utilities, storm sewer, water main, and sanitary sewer, and place a new curb and gutter and sidewalk and bituminous or asphalt pavement to the same widths that currently exist. This street currently is 30 feet wide between the faces of curb. So that is the first one. The second street is Lincoln Avenue. Lincoln Avenue lies in the 3rd Ward neighborhood. Here is the map that was in your packet. And the shaded is the block of Lincoln that we're proposing to reconstruct between State Street and Wilson, north being to the top of the sheet. It has sanitary sewer that age is unknown. It's estimated to be around the early 1900s. Our records don't contain the age. Water main was replaced in 1982, but the water main has had numerous problems since it was installed in 82. It's cast iron, and now we install a ductile iron water main. 8-inch is our standard minimum instead of 6-inch. The pavement was placed in 1982. It has a condition index of 55 out of 100. So what the project on Lincoln Avenue proposes is replacing the sanitary sewer and water main. The storm sewer that is in Lincoln Avenue is only at the ends, and here's a closer screenshot for it. Lincoln Avenue is drained by storm sewer at Wilson Street and State Street, so there'll be minor storm sewer work to tie it into those storm sewer systems, and then replacing the street at the current width that exists, which is 34 feet face to face. So what the overall scope of the project is just to replace new utilities and replace the street with new curb and gutter and sidewalk, so it's at the same dimensions that currently exist on Lincoln Avenue. The third project is on East Lake Street, and that is in the downtown area. Last year, projects were approved on Lake Street from Farwell to the Chippewa River. This section of Lake Street is from Farwell Street to Dewey Street. It's east of the projects that were approved last year. Here's a location map that was in your packets, with north being to the top of the page, Farwell Street, Dewey Street. The utilities on this stretch of Lake Street date to 1889 and 1900. So these are among the oldest utilities that are in the city. The street is currently 38 feet wide face to face. The pavement condition index throughout this ranges between 59 and 72. It was paved in 1970 and it was chip sealed 15 years ago in 2004. What the project proposes is to replace all three of the utilities, the water main, sanitary sewer, and storm sewer, repave the street with a concrete pavement to match the concrete on the west side of Farwell Street. This is in the concrete pavement district that was approved by the council through a FISPAC study several years ago. When the street is restriped, we are able to restripe it to include a bike lane on each side of the street that will connect with bike lanes previously approved on Lake Street to the west of Farwell Street. Another improvement on Lake Street will be in this area, where necessary, a larger apron to access the wood motor lot when it's being used as a temporary transfer center when the transfer center is under construction. So there will be another curb cut somewhere in this location to help buses get out. So this has extremely old utilities, over 120 years old, and this section of street will be seeing quite a lot of bus traffic for the course of a year when our transfer center is under construction. So it makes those improvements as well. Sidewalk exists on 100% of it, and we're proposing to replace that as well. So with that, I would entertain any questions on the first three. The utilities are clay for the unknown. It's unknown for the sanitary sewer. Typically, it's clay from that vintage, a vitrified clay, and then the water main is a 4-inch cast iron. And even some of the old water mains that are dug up, they don't look a lot dissimilar from water main today, but it's served the end of its useful life, I think, and we're going to take care of it while we before we have any problems with it. So. Nothing wood. We did have wood water mains at one point up till about 15 years ago in the city at a few spots. But
Further questions? Councilmember Anderson?
Just a question, out of curiosity, and not so that about the problem. You mentioned that the Grant Avenue project is the street that been chip sealed in the early 2000s. How long does that chip sealing usually last?
well, a lot of it depends on the traffic. If it's a low volume local street, the chip seal will stay and the underlying pavement will continue to crack because a chip seal puts a driving surface on and it seals some of the cracks. So the first year or two or three, it'll look like it'll be a brand new street, but after it's been there for anywhere 8 years, you're really starting to see that underlying cracking starting to come through on there. If you put it on an arterial route, it's typically, or a bus route where you have buses go through, the heavier loads with trucks and buses cause it to last significantly less than you would on a local street. So we have streets that the chip seal has been on there for 15, 20 years, and if they have a good sub base and everything's straight, it'll be a street that has pieces that'll look like the back of an alligator skin. Basically, they call it alligator cracking. But as long as it's flat and true, we don't have too many problems with it. But eventually it'll start to peel up and it'll be like peanut brittle and you'll start getting potholes, and you see that in some areas around town also. So the Putnam Heights are pretty good with the well-drained soils, that we don't have a lot of the underlying problems that will cause it to pump like that. And it's just the pavement being installed in the 1950s is just getting worn out.
Thank you. Further questions? Let's see if any. We could proceed with Spring Street, Dorat Road, and James Street.
I don't know if anybody wants to come up.
Actually, let's do, if I could do that. Mr. Silver,
Okay.
So, I don't know if there's anyone here this evening, but if you're here to speak on the first three streets that we just covered, again, which is Grant Avenue, Lincoln Avenue, and East Lake Street, if you would like to make comments on those three streets, please approach the podium at this time with your comment. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on the first three streets? I don't see any. Okay. We'll move then to our second set of streets, which is again Spring Street, Dorat Road, and James Street. Mr. Sullivan?
Okay, the first one of the next three is Spring Street, that is located perpendicular to Birch Street on the north side of Eau Claire. Here is the location map contained in the council packet. Summit Street is to the south, Birch Street comes through here, the railroad tracks to the north, and then Omaha Street is the second intersection. I do have an aerial, and here is an aerial of the south two, and I do have one for the north two blocks. And the south block. Okay, this project proposes to replace the 3 utilities that are in Spring Street, and as well as the curb and gutter, sidewalk, and pavement surface. The sanitary sewer was installed in the 20s. The water main was installed in the 1920s, so they're approaching 100 years old. Storm sewer was a little bit newer and installed in 1932. The pavement on Spring Street ranges in age from 1950 up through 1985, with the most recent being paved. There is sidewalk along 100% of Spring Street, and the pavement condition index ranges between 34 and 82 for the 3 blocks that are shown. Again, the project proposes to replace the utilities and then also replace Spring Street, which is currently 30 feet wide face to face. We're proposing to replace it at the same width that exists currently. The sidewalk will be replaced at the location that it is. It exists. It is not located along back of curb as is prevalent in some streets in this neighborhood. This does have a boulevard that does offer boulevard tree plantings if desired. And the age of the water main here, when our inspectors are out in construction and working with our community services department, if there are lead line services found along Spring Street, which could be a possibility, these properties would be eligible for the lead line service replacement reimbursement program to help private parties cover the cost of replacing lead service lines into their house when we replace the water main that is out in the street. Of note, on the north end, currently there is no cul-de-sac, so we are proposing a cul-de-sac on the north end, similar to a street that is 2 streets to the east, to help facilitate the turnaround of emergency response vehicles accessing the houses at the end, as opposed to where there isn't that feature located adjacent. So that's one safety improvement that we're proposing with this. The second street is Dorrit Road. Dorrit Road is on the west, located on the west side of Eau Claire. It's a local street, and it's located between Frank Street and Colip Road. It is located on a bus route. Here is an aerial showing the project limits. The utilities constructed in Dorrit Road, the utilities were constructed partially up Dorrit Road, and then services were run off of the utilities for the remainder of the street that was unserved with a water main or a sanitary sewer main at that time. Those utilities date to the 1980s. They do not need to be replaced. The project does propose to extend the water main and loop it with the water main in Colip Road, and then also extend a sanitary sewer line from Colip Road down to Dorrit to complete the service of sanitary sewer for this road. The existing road was paved in 1995. It has sidewalk along the west side of the street. The pavement condition index before a chip seal in 2017 was 39 out of a scale of 100. It is 28 feet wide, and it was chip sealed in 2017 to help with maintenance until it was at a point where we could include it in our reconstruction program. What the project proposes, since this is on a bus route, the buses come in Moholt and they go up Dorrit Road to Colip. We are proposing the street to be 32 feet wide with curb and gutter, with the proximity of Dorrit Road to DeLong Middle School. By ordinance, curb and gutter or sidewalk is proposed along both sides. It exists on the west side. It does not exist on the east side currently. And then new curb and gutter will be installed to accommodate surface drainage, and then the boulevards will be restored upon completion of construction. We haven't taken a lot of comments on our streets, the 9 streets. This is one street that we have taken some comments on, centered around sidewalk on the east side. I'm not sure if the property owners will be in attendance tonight, but feedback that we've taken is the sidewalk makes it difficult with snow storage and operations of some of the businesses in the neighborhood. So the summary scope of the project is it's a rural cross-section street. It will be brought up to urban cross-section standards. The utilities will be completed through the remainder of the street. Sidewalk is being proposed, and new asphalt pavement. All right. Then I will move to the third one next and answer questions on all 3 following the third project, which is James Street. So James Street is on the west side of Eau Claire. It lies between 11th Street, which was recently reconstructed, and 9th Street. The west side of Eau Claire has a number of streets where the utilities are quite old in age. The 11th Street was done 2 years ago. 9th Street was done in the early 2000s. And James Street lies between them. Here is a picture of this. This is a very narrow street. This is almost about like an alley, but it is a street in the city. Current width is 24 feet wide. The water main was installed in 1921. It's cast iron. The sanitary sewer is clay, 8-inch, and was installed in 1937. There is sidewalk along both sides of James Street along the back of curb existing. But with the curb and gutter, it is 24 feet wide from the face of curb to the face of curb. So what the project proposes is to replace the utilities in James Street, replace the curb and gutter at the same location that it exists currently, place new asphalt pavement and sidewalk along the back of curb. So when we are complete with James Street, it looks the same and feels the same as it does now, only with new utilities and streets on it. There is a bus stop, transit stop at this location here, and we are proposing to pave the boulevard to make it easier for persons experiencing mobility difficulties to access the sidewalk without having to go through a grass boulevard. With that, I'll take any questions.
Mr. Silver, do council members have any follow-up questions on these set of 3 streets? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President Workman. I'm wondering, what is the process of notifying citizens if they're eligible for that grant?
We have literature that is mailed out when our project notices are sent out. It's also on the website, and when our inspectors are out, and we work very closely with our community services, they have utility service workers that will work with property owners one-on-one and actually go to their residences if requested to get them the information. Since it is such a good program that we have available, we are targeting streets that would make the most use of those funds with the oldest water main. So we do try to take as many opportunities to make it known as possible. It's even right on the front page of the city's website. At least it was up until a couple of weeks ago. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Do council members have any additional questions regarding the set of 3 streets? Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Workman. Thank you, Mr. Silver. Appreciate your thoroughness as always. Wanted to just ask about some of the comments that you shared that you received from some citizens regarding the sidewalk and it being perhaps a little bit of a challenge with snow removal. I believe that was Dort and Moholt. And it looks like perhaps there's storage units or some large units there, and wondering if you know if this is perhaps zoned for any future residential or if it's always going to be zoned for business.
And Mr. Solberg, could I ask if you could, just because I've noticed a lot of people can't hear the questions, if you could just repeat the question, if that's okay?
Okay. So the question was, with some of the comments that we've taken with this project in particular, and snow removal and some of the difficulties from feedback from constituents and residents in this area and business owners on Dorrit and also Moholt Drive, if I'm aware of any zoning changes in this area that would be that would facilitate this area, I'm presuming, to be have a zoning change to allow residential, so it would be consistent with the west side of Moholt. I, in engineering, am not aware of any proposed zoning changes in this area to facilitate that. These storage sheds look to be in a state of good repair. They don't appear to me like they would be a redevelopment opportunity at this point. I'm not aware with this lot here of the property owner has not contacted our office with future plans for this. So there is residential on this site existing, and this site is largely industrial or commercial with storage sheds.
Thank you. Further questions regarding this set of streets? I don't see any, so yeah, if you want to come forward. So I'm going to open up now the public comment period for the set of streets, including Spring Street, Dorrit Road, and James Street. So if you want to come forward, and if you could state your address and name, now is a great time to give your comment. Just one at a time, but yeah, thank you.
So are you Dorrit?
On the storage units.
Okay, so you'll have to be right here then.
Right there.
Yep.
Good
I wanna
evening.
Thank everybody for taking my calls and concerns today.
Could you give us your name and address too?
My name is Aaron Madden. I live at 429 South 140th Avenue, Fall Creek, Wisconsin. I've owned Mini Storage West for 9 years now. About 3 years ago, I was notified I could no longer push snow across Colip Road into a huge retention pond. My family at that point has pushed snow into a bare lot for 29 years at that point, and then was told I would be fined if I continued to do that. The space there is pretty tight, and right now at the very fronts of all these units, I have the snow pushed up about 13 feet high in each little spot of the boulevard there. And then along where they're proposing the sidewalk and widening the road in this whole stretch, I'm not gonna have room to put any snow there either. I can't afford $500 an hour to have a semi and a front end loader put the snow in the back of the semi and haul it away. My payments are around $60,000 a year to own the property. My taxes with water runoff fees are $26,000. And then I'm sure if we get a sidewalk, they'll say that's an improvement, and then I'll get taxed even more. You might even possibly tax me out of the place. You can only charge so much for a 10 by 12 unit, 10 by 24 storage unit. I've owned the Queens Dry Cleaners for 25 years. I know how business works. We flourish there. One of my roads was closed off there, and thank God CVS Pharmacy bought up the chunk to the south of me and opened up the road in the back to open up my back door again there. I asked the council not to approve a sidewalk on this side of the road, and when they widen that road, I'm gonna lose even more storage space for the snow. Now we're getting a ton of snow this year. It's not always like that, but with the expenses I already have, I planned on this whole back side needs a whole new retaining wall. I had a third of it done at $8,000. I'm gonna get another stretch here done for another 8,000. And then I was gonna repave this whole in between these, the second and third unit. My only thing I can do is maybe one of these buildings, they're run about 360,000, the bigger ones. These are the newest ones on the property. Is maybe have like TNR Recycling come out and I would evict the tenants, so I'd have room to pile up snow, which I think would be pretty sad. But at your mercy, I'm asking that you keep the commercial side commercial and the residential side residential. I have no plans on turning it into apartment buildings. It's a lot easier to evict people out of storage units than it is people in dwellings. And I know a lot of my friends own apartments, and you lose when you try to evict people. I'm literally scared. The expenses there are huge, and I can't afford a semi and a front end loader every time it snows. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Madden. And I'll just ask, do council members have any questions for Mr. Madden on this presentation? Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you again for coming down this evening.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else here would like to speak to Dorette, Spring, or James Street? Good evening.
My name is Ed Redant, and I own the property, the fourplex on the corner of Colop and Dorette. And that building was built in the late 99 or 2000. And I guess my question is, based on my cost analysis that I received, is that it appears that you're going to totally replace the sidewalk. And I don't know what the length of the life of a sidewalk is, but under 20 years, and we're going to demolish that when there's places in town that look twice as bad as mine do. And so I'm wondering if that can be considered as to not having to tear out all of those sidewalks out at the time when you do this.
Could you just give me your address again, please?
2422 Dorette,
Dorette,
Dorette Road, that's where
so that's not your home address, but that's,
Pardon?
is that your home address then?
No, that's my rental unit. I
Okay.
use that as a rental unit,
Okay.
yes. Yes.
Thank you.
And the second question I have, Mr. Mattson has probably covered most of them. I noticed that we're going to do cement pads between the road and the sidewalk. Is that a required, the driveway is blacktop, the road is blacktop? Is it cost effective to have to put cement between those two? You can see it on the picture where it shows up where all of that is going. I mean, I've got like $8,000 worth of extra expenses that I'm quite not understanding, and like Mr. Mattson said, the same thing is that next year the assessor will come and say, oh, you improved your building by $22,000, we're going to have to raise your taxes now. And same thing with my rentals, they can only go that high, and you're going to start losing renters that can afford those type of buildings.
What we'll do is we'll try and follow up on your questions. We usually follow up in email on those, so.
Okay.
Or unless, Mr. Stolberg, unless you wanted to add something to that. Sure. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you
That's
so
all I
much,
have.
sir. Is there anyone else here that would also like to speak on Dorette, James, or Spring Street this evening? Anyone else here this evening who would like to speak on this set of three streets? I don't see any. I'll invite Mr. Solberg back up.
Okay, so just to follow up on the two questions on the lifespan of the concrete sidewalk and The assessment estimates that were sent out, our special assessment estimates are sent out assuming anywhere from 75 to 100% of sidewalk to be replaced. So our estimates are conservative. We try to send a conservative estimate out of special assessments. They're only special assessed for the sidewalk that needs to be replaced for the project if it's in good shape, so there may be none. We just don't want to send a special assessment estimate out with 0 on it and then have a higher cost come in when construction is complete. And as far as having concrete aprons between the sidewalk and the curb and gutter, by city ordinance, that is required for driveways in the city of Eau Claire. So they must be concrete. So.
Thank you, and I think then we'll move, unless council members have any follow-up questions on this set of streets, we'll move to our next set, which is Water Street from First Ave to 6th Ave, First Ave to 2nd Ave, Water Street from 6th Ave to 9th Ave, and East Riverview Drive, Airport Road.
The last 3 projects are what we call mill and fill projects. They're intended to be a low-cost construction project to get the most economical length out of the existing pavement. They don't try to replace curb and gutter, sidewalk, change intersection configurations, install traffic signals. These are something that add more life to a street than a chip seal, but not at the level of improvement that you would have with a reconstruct like we've gone through with the previous 6 projects. So with this round, the first one is Water Street from 1st Avenue to 2nd Avenue. And this picks up, here's the aerial for that. I think maybe, so north is to the left of the screen. And here, so 1st Avenue was recently redone. Water Street from this point to the east was recently redone with the Water Street Bridge. This pavement from 2nd Avenue, where the concrete pavement starts just off the screen, this is concrete pavement that dates to the late 90s. This asphalt that was in here dates to 1998. So what we're proposing with this project is to mill off the top 2 inches of asphalt and then put 2 new inches of asphalt on top of it. The curb and gutter is proposed to be replaced only if it presents a drainage concern, and sidewalk under projects like this is proposed to be replaced if there's a trip hazard or some other deterioration with that. Improvements that we strive to include when we have projects like this, because all of the pavement marking is gone, so we look at our widths and see what we can fit within the existing footprint of the street in the most economical fashion, and we were able to include bike lanes that will go from where they stop, or across the intersection from where they stop on Water Street, just east of 1st Avenue. We pick up bike lanes on the west side and carry the bike lanes to the intersection of 2nd Avenue, where the project stops with the new asphalt. We're proposing to restripe the crosswalks as they currently exist in there, and also plan to coordinate this construction with the other construction in downtown, because Water Street will be a detour route for our Lake Street projects that we have also scheduled. That is the first part of Water Street, and then further west on Water Street we have a similar project from 6th Avenue to 9th Avenue. And this is to try and get, I don't know if we can zoom out a little bit there, perfect. So again, the pavement in this location, the surface is deteriorated, the utilities are in a condition, and the remaining underlying pavement is in a condition that doesn't need to be replaced. The driving surface has deteriorated, so we're proposing to mill 2 inches of pavement and put 2 inches back down. Recent projects similar to this are Gulf Road out by Oakwood Mall, Gulf Road closer to Highway 93, Main Street. So when we're through with this mill and fill, this area does have bike lanes existing. We're proposing to restripe the bike lanes to the same configuration that exist currently. There has been a concern with some of the lighting levels and some pedestrian safety, in particular at 7th Avenue. So what the project also proposes is to use the lights that will be coming down from the Block 7 parking lot and extend our Whiteway lighting system on Water Street through this project up to 9th Avenue. So currently this section of Water Street has a light at the intersection, and we're proposing to have the tall 30-foot overhead lights extended across from each other through this portion to provide better lighting along this stretch. We're not proposing the decorative lighting that you see either on our trails or the single pennant lighting like you see further to the east on Water Street, but at least for the overhead, the more functional lighting, we are proposing that to help increase some of the pedestrian safety and parking safety through here. So those are the two Water Street projects. The estimated lifespan for a mill and fill is anywhere from 10 to 13 years. So at that point, we will be looking at probably having to replace all of the asphalt pavement in these locations. The last project is Riverview Drive from Airport Road to 2,700 feet west. We originally, when we put our program together for this year, we're proposing a reconstruct of Riverview Drive from Riverview Park to the south, and then a mill and fill from Riverview Park through the neighborhood up to the north and then up to Airport Road. Working with our partners in community services, this portion of Riverview Drive, although the utilities aren't old by some of the other street standards in Eau Claire, they are having water main issues with durability of the water main. So we're not proposing a mill and fill on the section of Riverview Drive that we need to replace the utilities. That'll be a full reconstruct that we may have ready to present to council later this year. But the utilities on this stretch from Airport Road 2,700 feet to the west are new utilities. They were run along this route when the air traffic control tower was placed. So in this section where we do not have to reconstruct underground, we're proposing a 2-inch mill and a 2-inch fill of asphalt pavement. We had looked at this section of Riverview Drive as one to try and widen. Last year's project, where it was a similar scope, only it was a pulverize and overlay on Airport Road, we were able to widen that to have 4-foot shoulders so we could have bicycling on the shoulders. That was a rural cross section. It didn't have curb and gutter. If it had curb and gutter, those 4-foot shoulders would be called bike lanes. So we had looked at trying to expand that route down Riverview to come into the back side of the park. When you start going from Airport Road to the west, you go through a cut section, and it's a very steep hills on the side. And then as you come out of the hill, it's a fill slope. So the topographical constraints to undertake the project within the budget that's set forth for a maintenance project, we were not able to propose widening an extra 4 feet on each side to provide those bike lanes at this time. At a point in the future when this would be reconstructed with concrete curb and gutter in a more expensive project, then we would look at or recommend the staff at that time to look at extending sidewalk potentially to connect this neighborhood if it was in the public interest at that point. So this project just mills out the top 2 inches of asphalt and replaces it with new pavement and then stripes pavement marking, and will replace guardrail as necessary along this curve here.
Thank you.
With that, I'll take any questions.
Council members have any questions on the 3 streets we just heard? Councilmember Rager.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Mr. Stolberg, I was wondering, just going to the first one that you presented on the Water Street mill and fill, which is between 2nd Avenue and 1st Avenue. The narrative that I'm reading in the packet on page 39, it says that there would not be room for a bike lane eastbound. Is that correct, or is there, I guess I can't quite see the detail on the map.
We are going to be using some NASTO guidance for combined bike lane throughout. So it's signed in there, and it gives flexibility to go anywhere from 9 to 13 feet. So it isn't the full. It's similar to on Lake Street as well, where it's combined. I don't have a drawing of it, but I could email a drawing for that. So there is room for that in that location.
With a follow-up?
Now, if I could have a follow-up question, I see that there's actually, if this was a full reconstruction, I would imagine that you could change the width of the road because I see a pretty wide right-of-way there.
Correct.
So, in this case, Steve, how wide would this little shared lane be with the bike lane and the traffic lane without changing the curb location?
The way it's proposed, or if we had
Yeah,
a
the way it's
standard
proposed.
standard bike lane, I believe it's 13 feet here. I can verify the exact dimension on this and email that to you.
Thank
Yeah. But you are correct. If it was a reconstruct, we could have standard lanes, but there are electrical. There's a power line here, so we are pushed up on that side with the existing power poles. And for a milling project that had a budget of $100,000, that's why we're not able to do the same kind of enhancements with a maintenance type project that we are a reconstruct.
Further questions on this set of streets? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Silberg, for the presentation. Are there members of the public here this evening who would like to speak on the three streets that we just went over? Again, it's Water Street, 1st Ave to 2nd Ave, Water Street 6th to 9th, or East Riverview Drive to Airport Road. Is there anyone here this evening that would like to speak on those three projects? I don't see anyone here to speak on them. We're going to then, unless there's any objection from the council, I would like us to push items number 2 and 3 to the end of the agenda. That's regarding industrial park zoning, because I see most folks here this evening are probably going to be speaking on the Wilson Square and Veterans Tribute Trail. So unless there's an objection from council, I'd like to push items 2 and 3 to the back of the agenda. Is that okay? We'll move then to item 4, which is Wilson Square. This is a public hearing on an ordinance rezoning properties located at 708, 718, and 720 South Farwell Street, 316 Emery Street, and 707, 709, and 715 South Barstow Street from CBD to CBDP, and to approve the development for an apartment with reduced setbacks. This was postponed from our January 21st and 22nd council meetings. Mr. Scott Allen has the presentation this evening.
All right. Thank you, Acting President Worthman and members of the council. Again, before you this evening is a request to rezone property from CBD to CBDP with the proposed site plan and modifications. For just reference sake, I'm sure folks are familiar with the Farwell Street location, but just to remind everybody, it's number 3 here on this map. The properties are just over 1.6 acres in size, as you can see here. Highlighted in yellow. There would be remaining separate business and building at essentially the northwest corner, roughly. Again, with north going to the top of the page. That would remain the remainder of the buildings, structures, and site located in the yellow highlighting are what's being proposed for the rezoning before you this evening. The applicant is proposing to demolish all those structures and clear the site for the proposed development. The proposal would include 3 office buildings and 2 multifamily sorry, that's what's existing, sorry, is 3 office buildings and 2 multifamily residential buildings. The proposal would be for some commercial use, memory care facility, amenities on the first floor for residents, and then also senior living apartments above. So again, what exists there that would be removed would be 3 office buildings and 2 currently multifamily residential buildings. Those buildings, the multifamily residential buildings are vacant, and I'll let the applicant speak to the current status of the other buildings, part of their proposal. Along with this request, they are looking at vacating majority of the public alleyway, as you can see here, retaining one portion just off Seaver Street adjacent to the building that would remain. The site plan includes, with the primary use of the building to be those 120 senior living apartments, just over 4,600 square feet of commercial space would be on the first floor, along with administrative offices, dining, fitness center for the residents, and a 12-unit memory care facility. Again, referencing back to that existing structure, there would be some measures that would need to be taken to protect that adjacent structure from runoff infiltrating from the best management practices proposed for stormwater. I know I'll defer to the applicant and perhaps the neighboring property owner to discuss some of the agreements they've been able to put together in advance of this meeting in order to secure that structure and maintain it for long-term use. So I'll defer to them to kind of give you some details on that. In part, that was part of the rationale for the postponement originally, was to allow the 2 property owners to come up with an agreement as the development gets underway. A public egress easement, again referencing back to that alleyway, will be required from the end of the public alleyway to allow vehicles utilizing the alley to continue through to South Barstow Street. Kind of loop around. I'll show you some drawings here in a moment. So again, rather than just having a little stub here, that would be alleyway, there will be some additional movement that would allow, again, public use of that alleyway through the proposed private development. I'm going to let the applicant share some additional drawings just for reference, but this is a view looking from the corner of Emery and South Farwell, southeast corner roughly, looking kind of north to northwest, if I'm viewing that correctly. With that, again, I can show some additional drawings if you're interested. And I apologize, that was looking the other direction. This will show it a little bit better here. This is looking from the northwest to the southeast, not the southeast to the northwest. So this, just for orientation, can show you that proposal. Again, the alleyway as it would be proposed to remain here. And again, requirement of an easement to allow free movement through the proposed parking lot. With that, the Planning Commission did review this at their meeting last week, again following their postponement as well. We're satisfied with the additional efforts that the applicant and the neighboring property owner made to come to an agreement, and therefore are recommending approval as presented for you tonight. Stand for any questions.
Thank you, Scott Allen. Are there questions this evening from council regarding this Wilson Square rezoning proposal? Are there follow-up questions?
All right.
I guess I have one.
Okay.
So some of this discussion has come up over the last few weeks around the potential of including some units that could be more affordable. But, looking at this, it's pretty strictly a hearing regarding the rezoning of the property. I wanted to ask what your opinion was about you know, how and where the discussion of affordability and affordability of units for seniors would enter into this item and this discussion.
Sure. No, very good question. Again, we do not have currently any ordinances or codes that would require, you know, a percentage or ratio of the units to be, quote, affordable. So in terms of the rezoning, that's I guess I want to say strictly off limits, but it's certainly something that could be, you know, you could have a conversation with the applicant as to their voluntary intentions, one way or the other with that. So certainly, again, something conversationally with the applicant, but not something technically or legally that could be required as a part of the approval. With that, again, it is a planned development zoning, so you would be approving the site plan with this. So certainly, you know, other aspects could be discussed in terms of, you know, setbacks, parking, things of that sort. So, but the affordable housing component, again, not to belabor it, but since it's not required through any codes or ordinances, could not necessarily be a part of your approval tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I guess it sort of comes to mind because of an earlier agenda item, but does the city ever take into consideration or require any sort of snow removal plan for these kind of properties or any type of development? Because I guess when I look at this particular project, I'm not quite sure where I put the snow, so I guess, do you have any insight into that, or maybe the developer does? But
It's a very good question. In this case, not something that's been specifically discussed, but it's certainly something that perhaps the applicant has considered as well as looking through some of the drawings here that were presented in your packet. There is, for example, zoom in here a little bit. For example, this portion is grass swale. Again, perhaps the applicant is working, you know, they're already working on some of the designs for that, engineering designs, but it's possible there may be some opportunity to, you know, provide some snow storage there. But yeah, very good question in terms of longer term snow storage. They may have other options as well, perhaps off-site, that have not been shared.
Thank you. Further questions? Councilmember Beaton, do you have a question? Yep. Don't see any further questions.
All right.
Oh, Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you, Acting President Workman. I'm not sure if this is the question for Mr. Allen or for the applicant, but I have a question regarding the memory care unit. And my understanding is that some similar kinds of care facilities accept Medicaid as the payment, and some are private pay. Do you have a sense of how this one would be managed?
Also a very good question, not one that was shared with staff, but perhaps the applicant could respond to that.
Further questions on the rezoning request, Wilson Square rezoning? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Allen.
thank you.
Then are there folks here this evening that would like to speak on this item number 4, which is a public hearing on the rezoning request for the Wilson Square? Do we want to go over the vacation?
If I may, Acting President Worthman, the applicant is here, if you'd like
Oh.
to hear from them first.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah. If the applicant would like to step forward first, that would be terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Alex Padanos. I represent JCAP Real Estate,
Could you share your address as well?
704 7th Avenue. I guess I could start answering questions.
Do you have a presentation first, or would you like to start with questions?
We'll start with questions.
Okay, wonderful. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Acting President Workman, and thank you so much for being here. I think this is a really exciting project because we have such a beautiful downtown, and I know many seniors who no longer drive or who just want the opportunity to enjoy the walkability of our downtown. So excited about this project, and one of my questions are around the issue of affordability. And so the first question that I would have would be regarding the memory care unit and how people are to enroll in that or be part of that, if Medicaid will be accepted, or if it's a private pay plan, or if you are aware of those details.
Yeah, this will be a private pay facility, but we'll be using the elderly waiver program, which is a state program that chips in once the patient becomes indigent.
Thank you. And then may I have a follow-up?
Sure.
And my understanding is currently the apartments are planned to be market rate.
Mhm.
Are there any discussions or conversations regarding, inclusion of some non-market rate apartments at this point, or?
At this point, we haven't gotten that far into it. So.
Further questions, Councilmember Emanuel?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Thank you again, and I echo what my colleagues shared. And as a granddaughter, it's important to see places for our grandparents to not only live but to thrive in our community. You had mentioned just in your last comments that you hadn't gotten to the part of perhaps mixed prices for the units, and I'm wondering if you'd be willing to speak about your organization's commitment to or interest in looking at different entry points for the units.
Yeah, so it's an a la carte type level of service. So it works as an apartment building. You come in at a base level rent, and then it increases based on your level of service needed.
Take a follow-up. Further questions, Councilmember Beaton?
Yeah, I guess I'm interested in having you expand a little bit more on the two previous questions. I think we've heard a lot of interest from our constituents about affordable housing, especially within the last year, and I think that we've, as a council, have been highly interested in affordable housing and the potentials for new projects. And so I also kind of heard that you were kind of not gotten to that conversation yet, and so could you expand on your plans to get to that kind of conversation, or if you've made the decision that that's not going to be in the plans for this project?
As of now, that's not going to be in the plans.
Okay.
Further comments, questions, Councilmember Gregor?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Mr. Pananos, thank you for being here to answer questions. I guess I was wondering, I've heard a reference to an operator that would operate the facility, and I guess I haven't heard a lot about who you've chosen for that, and I imagine they would be the ones determining price. Maybe you could explain a bit more how they would do that, or who that operator is.
Yeah, so we've partnered with a company out of Minneapolis called Ecumen. We've been working with them for about 1.5 years now in the planning and development of this project. They manage thousands of units across the Midwest. So they'll be the operator. We will own the project long term. And they've been the one that determined pricing and all the operations.
Thank you. Further questions? Do you have any follow-up you'd like to offer, Council?
No?
Okay.
Oh, snow removal. I heard someone had a question. We do have an adjacent parking lot that we plan to haul the snow over to. It's actually right across the street that we own.
If I could ask a follow-up on that question, actually, was that presented previously with Plan Commission? I assume there's appropriate runoff for that
Mhm.
parking lot?
Yeah, and if you want any other details, our engineer's here too, so we
Okay.
can elaborate.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anderson, I see, has another question.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and thanks again for being here. My question concerns the partnership that you have with Ecumen. Is that the? I speak as a granddaughter who my grandpa lives in a very similar kind of senior apartments where they have an a la carte type of service as well as dining facilities, and it's a great experience for him, and I'm happy about that. One of the concerns that I do have is fair wages for people who are coming in to provide those care and services. Do you have a sense of how Ecumen handles those kinds of questions, or has that been a conversation in your partnership with them, or?
That's not something we've asked yet. They're a nonprofit organization as well, faith-based, so.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any. Appreciate you coming down this evening, too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak this evening on this Wilson Square public hearing on the ordinance and rezoning? Welcome forward. Evening.
Good evening. My name is Steve Harmon. I live at 2647 40th Street in Elk Mound. My wife and I are the property owners of the remaining property that's in this corner segment. We wanted to thank the City Council and the Planning Commission for allowing us to have the additional 3 weeks to work on an agreement with developer JCAP. And would like to let you know that this afternoon we have reached an agreement with them on protecting our property from water and other damages during the construction phase, as well as the completed project afterwards. So we publicly want to thank JCAP for working with us on this and their patience in enduring our questions and concerns. Is there anything I can answer? Any questions for anybody?
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Let me just see. Do council members have any follow-up questions? Thank you again for coming down this evening.
Thank the council.
Further comments on Wilson Square?
Good evening. Acting President Worthman and honorable members of the City Council, my name is Susan Wolfgram. I live downtown at 550 Graham Avenue. I am the co-chair of the Jonah Affordable Housing Task Force. For those of you that don't know, Jonah stands for Joining Our Neighbors in Advancing Hope. The mission of our task force is to facilitate culture change in Eau Claire City and County so that all stakeholders are informed about the lack of safe, good quality, affordable housing and are motivated to take actions to address it through public and private initiatives. We seek to facilitate a culture in our city of community benefit, that all of us together are stakeholders in meeting the needs of our residents, our neighbors. We all benefit when we close gaps of inequality, and the research supports that it is also cost-effective in the long run. Our task force has recommended that the City Council institute an Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, similar to the Sustainability Advisory Committee, that would advise our city to have an intentional and strategic long-term plan for meeting the affordable housing needs of all of our neighbors in Eau Claire, but focusing on the 46% in our city who are the most vulnerable, are housing insecure. This percentage is according to the ALICE report, which stands for Asset Limited Income Restrained Employed. These numbers include our seniors. Until we would hopefully design and implement such an affordable housing strategic plan, I am back here this evening and will continue to come back to strongly encourage JCAP and City Council members to take a deeper and more intentional dive into meeting the needs of our seniors who are housing insecure, to designate a number of its units affordable, yes, voluntarily, mixed income senior housing. Senior housing in Eau Claire is generally considered affordable when the rent is 50% of the senior's income. Assets are also taken into consideration. However, providers in this area do their best to keep senior rents at 30 to 40%, so seniors have some disposable income. We would be happy to provide any other eligibility information at your request. Again, there is currently a 1 to 2 year waiting list for affordable senior housing, including Park Towers, Grace Barstow Apartments, and St. John's, which does not take into account our many neighbors with disabilities who are waiting for affordable living options. Many parents are caring for their adult child with disabilities because of a lack of affordable housing and fear for their adult child's future. When worrying about who and where their needs will be met when the parent no longer can care for their loved one. According to the research, the number of homeless and housing insecure seniors is projected to grow, creating serious health consequences as they often face declining incomes, increased medical costs, and housing that is often not designed for their needs. Quality, affordable housing may promote better mental and physical health, improved quality of life and independence for low-income seniors. Those of our task force members who are expert in the area of senior housing and memory care did a brief survey of facilities in our area that offer market rent senior housing as well as memory care facilities to determine our community's need for a market rent senior living development with 12 memory care units. They all told us that they see no need for another market rate senior housing development, but what we do need is affordable senior housing, given that, quote unquote, there are few low-income buildings for seniors in our area. All administrators of market rate senior apartments in our area either have openings or are full with no waiting lists. These include, but are not limited to, Grace Lutheran Woodlands and Edgewood, Care Partners with Eau Claire East, Eau Claire West, and Altoona, Meadows of Otter Creek, Francis Senior Apartments, Our House Senior Living. There is no current demand for memory care, and Azura Memory Care is currently building 2 new memory care buildings as we speak. So in closing, until we have an integrated systemic mechanism to advise on meeting the affordable housing needs of our diverse, housing insecure communities of neighbors, we need to go project by project and not merely ask if developers are willing to add a few affordable units, but create a culture of expectation that in this community, our community, we are all stakeholders in meeting the housing needs of all our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolfram. Council members have questions on the presentation?
And I will submit, I'm going to submit my comments and a few links this evening when I get home for some resources. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Judy Mosley. I reside at 2230 Trimble Street here in Eau Claire, and I am the other co-chair of the Jonah Affordable Housing Task Force. I was driving up in Oakwood Hills the other day and happened to come across a very large building site and thought, you know, that caught my interest. What's going in here? And this quite large sign out front told me that it was the new Azura Memory Care facility, and it's big. So I did think that was interesting. It made me think of this development. This development is quite different, and it's quite densely packed in here on this lot. And the developer, it seems, has asked for quite a few things that we don't normally see in a downtown residential development. And so, you know, there are just some things that are out of the ordinary with it, and that's not always a bad thing. But I do think that this particular developer's lack of responsiveness to questions about could we add some affordable units, it seems that this developer is totally uninterested in responding to the concerns of citizens and to some city council members who raise those kind of concerns. And that worries me because I do want to assure all developers that it is possible to develop units that serve all the members of our community and all the concerns of our community and still run a responsible business and make money. You can do both. It's not an either or. So I would really encourage JCAP, if they have questions about how to do that in a way that they can continue to be profitable, that our task force would certainly be happy to give them all the information and resources that they could possibly want. I'm a member at St. John's Lutheran Church, and we have a set of apartments that was built specifically for seniors. And these days it operates for seniors and the disabled, and many of those units are subsidized. And the manager of that housing complex tells me that every single day he gets applicants from people in the city of Eau Claire who are senior or disabled and who need affordable housing. They are at some sort of crisis. They're having to give up their current housing and they need a place to live. And he tells me that he has a stack of applications that he doesn't have units to rent to them. And so his question is, where are these people going to go? So I think a responsible community response is that we find ways to develop and support developers who are making those decisions and are including affordable units. It's the responsible choice and it's the moral choice to make, to not leave any of our citizens behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you again. Is anyone else here that would like to speak on Wilson Square this evening? Anyone else? If not, we're going to move then to item 5. This is a public discussion, a resolution vacating a portion of the alley east of South Barstow Street from Emery Street to 79 feet south of Seaver Street. This was also postponed from our January 21st and 22nd council meeting. Mr. Solberg.
Okay, this discussion is around the alley vacation that was referenced in the rezoning portion of this item. And again, is the alley vacation from Emery Street to 90 or 79 feet away from Seaver Street. I guess we received a petition to vacate that alley. Like Mr. Allen had noted, if the alley is granted, or if the alley vacation is granted, there will be a ingress-egress easement out to South Barstow Street. So the remaining alley that lies behind the portion of the block where the property owner isn't part of the parcels being redeveloped, that alley would be fully usable. It would be fully traversable, so there wouldn't need to be any backing or so forth for either service or emergency vehicles that would utilize the remaining portion of the alley to operate. The resolution language tomorrow also will can include conditions that the City Council approve the proposed zoning. A building permit is issued for the proposed site plan, grading and drainage be approved for the proposed site plan, and the recording of the public ingress-egress easement. So this alley vacation would only be granted if that development truly did move forward. Also, the city will bring forth a separate resolution that will release our city utility reservation over the vacated right-of-way in question. We do not need that for city utilities, and as such, our reservation will be removed. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions on this item? Let's see. Thank you, Mr. Solberg. Then we'll open up the public hearing on this item. Again, this is a public discussion on a resolution vacating a portion of the alley between South Barstow and Emery Street. Is there anyone here this evening that would like to speak on the vacation of this alley? Good evening again.
Hi, again, it's Steve Harmon, 2647 40th Street, Elk Mound, Wisconsin. We again are the property owners of the remaining property. The portion of the alley not being abandoned will be on the back side of our building. We appreciate the council giving us a 3-week extension and the Planning Commission as well for us to reach an agreement with JCAP, but we have reached an agreement, and so we are satisfied that they will take care of our property in it, so we're in favor of the abandonment of the alley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here this evening to speak on the alley vacation? Anyone else? Seeing no such desire, we're going to move then to item number 6. And I think we'll do them separately, but item number 6 is a public hearing on the resolution approving a site plan P Public District for the Veterans Tribute Trail and amenities which are located north of Madison Street and west of Forest Street. Mr. Scott Allen.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman and members of the council. My portion will be rather brief. Defer then to Mr. Pippinger to share more of the details about the proposed project. But the item before you here is related specifically to the zoning component of that. This is, again, does tie in with the recommendation for the site plan for the Veterans Tribute Trail and amenities located north of Madison Street, west of 4th Street, as noted. The area is approximately 18 acres in size. Number of properties are shown here for reference. Again, is P public zoning. That is the current zoning. It is park and open space, but with a change in use to what would be a Veterans Trail and related amenities. It is formally a rezoning as well. So my portion, again, is simply related to the zoning component. The Plan Commission has recommended approval. Show a little bit more specifically the lots in question. And again, I'll defer to Mr. Pippinger and his presentation for more of the details on the actual site plan. So this is the zoning component of that. I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions on this item? I don't see any.
Right.
Actually, and I'm going to ask if Mr. Pippinger can do the presentation on item 7 as well, and we'll combine them then. If that's okay with the council. Combine both of these. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Acting Council President Worthman, City Council. PowerPoint is locked up, but I came with a backup. So I thought what we would do is, because we have some new council members, and this project has been going on since 2017, that I would do a little bit of history on the project itself. The trail is a tribute to our history, our community, our veterans of the city of Eau Claire and Eau Claire County and Chippewa Valley. In October 2014, the Eau Claire School District changed its policy, and the location where the veterans used to do their Veterans Day ceremonies and celebrations was at the Memorial High School. And at the time, there were some complaints about the 21 gun salute, and so the policy was changed, and so the veterans didn't have a place. Out of that was created a Veterans Foundation of volunteers, and several of those volunteers are here tonight. And what the president and chairperson of that is Mark Beckfield, who has worked endlessly on this and on the fundraising part of it. And I'm happy to say that there has been enough funds collected to date to where we can enter into phase 1 of the project, which is to connect the trail system from the High Bridge to Phoenix Park. And I'll get a little bit more into that in detail as we go through the presentation. Back in 2017 in May, the City of Eau Claire entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Veterans Group to basically allow a trail to be built in the Forest Street Green area, the area south of Central Maintenance Facility and to the north of Madison Street. So That was developed as an agreement with the group. And like I said, the fundraising now is to the point where we can start some of the project. One of the things that we've done in this project, this will be the 10th public hearing that we've had on this project, dating back to April of 2017, where the Eau Claire County Board presentation of the project was unanimously approved. And then April 26th of 2017, the Waterways and Parks Commission approved the Memorandum of Understanding. Came to the City Council in May of 2017 for approval of the Memorandum of Understanding. More recently, in October 1st of 2018, the Eau Claire County Budget and Finance presentation unanimously approved the $450,000 project funding from the county. The entire board approved that on November 7th of 2018. And more recently, we had an open house at our central maintenance facility, and we had over 50 people at that open house. We received many comments about the project and also some recommendations. And we took those, and I'll talk about those a little bit more in detail as we get into the project. But some of the things that we heard was from the bike and pedestrian group that they were concerned about the trail being the only trail. We addressed that with the 4th Street reconstruction project that is going to happen this year. And that will take, and I'm sure when you hear that, you'll appreciate what we've done to try to address that issue. The other was from the community gardeners and the neighborhood associations, that they were looking for some additional parking down by the gardens and all by the current pavilion that's there. And then we did hear from some folks that were concerned about a bee ordinance that we were looking at implementing in the park. And one thing that came out from the group that was there, that they did not want to see beehives in the park there just because of the safety factor. And then more recently, on January 23rd, Waterways and Parks recommended approval of the project. February 4th, the Planning Commission recommended approval, and here we are tonight for a presentation to the City Council. Additionally, we met several times with the North Riverfront Neighborhood Association. We've had their president of their association come to our meetings and recommend approval of this project. Additionally, we had several media contacts from WAU, WQOW, the newspaper, radio stations, to the point of we've had over 25 newspaper articles about the project, over 200 public service announcements on the TV, WAU, WQOW, and Fox 25. We've got a Facebook and website with over 200,000 web visits per month. And then also over 48 meetings with civic groups such as the Kiwanis Club and Knights of Columbus. A little bit about the project itself. I had this outlined a little bit better in the PowerPoint so you could see it. But basically, this is our central maintenance facility here. So the project will start at this parking lot, which is going to be a shared parking lot from the central maintenance facility and our employees that work for the City of Eau Claire and also for the park. And it would be west of Forest Street, which is right here, east of the Chippewa River, and then north of Madison Street. The area where the trail will be running is through the old River Street, it was called at one time, before all the homes were bought up in this area. That was actually a street that had utilities. Part of this project that we're going to do, as I mentioned earlier, to the south of Sarah Street down to Madison Street, 4th Street will be reconstructed. We have some utilities in that area that date back to the 1880s. And certainly, as Mr. Solberg said, we've got our money out of those utilities. Also within here, we got some lead service lines, so it gives us an opportunity to get rid of some of that lead that's in the area. A little bit more about the site plan. Looking to the north, part of the projects, and I'll go through these a little bit more specifically in the phases, is to the north we'll be looking at repaving this parking lot. Again, this is a combination parking lot that we use for central maintenance and City of Eau Claire employees. Within the southeast corner is the location where we'll be putting the restroom. The trail system will meet up at this point with the High Bridge Trail, and this will be a 12-foot wide trail, concrete, going all the way down to the connection where it meets with the Phoenix Park Trail. Along here will be some monuments, and then we have a gathering area into the north part area here. And then one of the comments that we had from the neighborhood and the community gardeners is that they would like to have a parking lot that's closer to the befilling area. So we're looking at putting a 12-stall parking lot down off the old Oak Street right away. Again, this was a colored map at one time, but we have some property that's within this area that was purchased with FEMA money. And so we had to get FEMA approval to put this project through this area. And the areas that were FEMA purchased properties are these two properties here, this property, and this property. So again, we had to submit our plans to FEMA for their approval. Phase 1 of the project will be hopefully constructed this summer, along in conjunction with the city's project on Forest Street. So that part will be the trail connection, the gathering space, and the parking lot. So from the highlighted areas here would be the trail, the gathering space. This would be constructed this summer. And then also this parking lot here, but this parking lot would be part of the city project and the street project. The cost estimate for this project is about $700,000. Here's a little bit more of a look at the proposed parking lot off of Oak Street, 4th Street. This would be adjacent to the existing park shelter. It'll come in and give our gardeners easy access to the gardens. And then we would have this gated off, and if there are times when our gardeners do get supplies that have to come in, it'll be an easy way for us to get it over to their gardens. Phase 2 is the main parking lot and the lights along the trail. Phase 2, here's the parking lot. This would be repaving the parking lot to the north, just to the south of our central maintenance facility, and also the lighting throughout the trail. This is an example of what one of the lamp posts will look like. It'll be very similar to what we have in Phoenix Park. The only difference is the emblem, where in Phoenix Park we got a phoenix in this area. We're looking at something that would be a star, or something else that's been tossed around as an eagle. That would be part of the Veterans Tribute Trail. Our design efforts take into effect the principles of CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design. So one part of this is that we're always looking at making sure that the park is safe for everybody, and also the lighting, that there's proper lighting within the park and actually view areas for our police department. So we did get a letter from our police department to support those CPTED rules and principles that we use. Phase 3 will be the public restroom construction. Estimate cost of that is $200,000. Again, the restroom will be very similar to what we have in Phoenix Park. It'll be looking very similar to what those restrooms look like in Phoenix Park. And then our Phase 4, which, let me back up. The Phase 1 is for 2019, Phase 2 is for 2020, Phase 3 is for 2021. And then as I get into Phase 4, this is actually, some of this will be put in 2021 through 2025. So, oh, I'm sorry about that. There we go.
Just started.
Okay, so I had the dates up there. They didn't print well on a, but at least I had a backup. But Phase 4 is looking at that 2021 to 2025. And again, using monuments, the one thing that we did talk about when we talked about with the commissions is that this is a park for veterans and their families to come, along with the entire community, for reflection about the service that our veterans have provided and their loved ones and their family. And we're not looking at putting anything in here that's going to have big war machines. That's not something that the veterans wanted, nor is something that we wanted to promote. We wanted to promote a reflection area. I would, at this time, like to, if with permission of Acting Council President Worthman, is ask Mr. Bill Betcher to come up to talk a little bit more about detail. Mr. Betcher has volunteered his services as the architect on the project, and if he would go through perhaps a little bit more on the design part of it.
Sure. Mr. Becker? Thank you, Mr. Pittenger, for the presentation, too.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, resort. No.
Hello, I'm Bill Betcher, president of Lean and Peterson Architects. I'm also a board member for the Eau Claire County Veterans Foundation and 3715 Tiffany Lane in Eau Claire. So through the hard work of the council or the committee and working with the different veterans groups, we came up with the amenities that we wanted to have in the along the tribute trail. So starting out, we've got our main mall space. This is where we're selling the memory stones. There's going to be roughly 3,000 stones in the two circles. The center of the larger circle will be the Eau Claire County emblem. That was part of the agreement with Eau Claire County. And then that'll be surrounded with 12-inch square granite stones. We're looking about 1 3/4 to 2 inch thick stones laid over a concrete bed. That's where we will have, people can buy the stones in memory of family members or themselves. That's where we will have the inscription, the name, the branch of service. One other nice thing with that is you can take your cell phone and when we get the technology done, put it down there on that stone, it will bring up the story of that person. So, or group or whatever, you can put it down, you can find out how they served, what their service was, their history. So that's a neat thing that we want to be able to do is tell the stories of all those that are involved with the trail. So also with the gathering space, we're going to have the one slide had shown, we're going to have the flags and we're going to have all the branch of service flags there. The mall area, this is where we're going to be holding our events. Just south of the mall area, down along the trail, that's where we're going to be recognizing those that donated. So the businesses that donated, the different organizations, that's where we'll have our wall recognizing those that donated. The little star up there in the corner, that's a really important item. That is the Gold Star Families, Gold Star Mothers emblem. That is to recognize those families whose family member gave the ultimate sacrifice. So that's a very specific thing that's going to be built there. There's specific plants in that. And in our meetings with the community groups, this was one thing that really struck us as a nice touch, is the garden groups have said they would raise those plants for us so that we could have them involved with raising the plants that we put in there. So that made us feel real good to know that the garden groups were supporting what we were looking at doing. Can we go turn the next page then? So as we work our way down then, we've got, as we come down from the north end, we've got the different stations, starting at the south end here, that's gonna be starting with the Civil War. The reason we chose to start at the Civil War is that's where veterans from the Eau Claire area started to serve their country. You know, the 8th Wisconsin, which was Old Abe's group. You know, that's the thing that we want to remember. So when you get to that first station, you can go up there, you can, you know, check the QR code that we'll have on the boulder there, and it'll bring up the stories of those that served from the Eau Claire County and the Chippewa Valley in the Civil War. And then as you work your way north, you'll get to the different conflicts. Eventually, you know, to start out, we're going to just have marker stones to be able to tell the stories. Eventually, as we can raise the money, we're going to put statuary there where we'd have people in the uniforms of that time, maybe with the sidearms of that time. But that's phase 4 and beyond. But to start out, it'll be Civil War and all the different conflicts. Right now, the trail kind of comes down, makes a 90-degree bend and another 90-degree bend. The reason for that is the Xcel Energy substation's right there, and Xcel just happens to own the land right there. So we had to stay within the old street right away. Mark and I had a meeting with Xcel 2 weeks ago, and they're doing some checking to find out what their future plans on that land is. We're pretty confident they're going to let us ease those corners to make it a little easier for people on bicycles and just easier for people walking to where we can go off of the right of way. Then as you come off of Madison Street at this end, we'll have a trail gate head there. You know, a gateway arch, it'll be similar to what is done at Phoenix Park, and then there will also be one on the north end. Let's go to the next screen. It's right here, it's trailhead marker. So at each end of the trail, when you pass through, you'll pass through an arch, Veterans Tribute Trail, and then Jeff had alluded to lampposts that will be placed throughout. Little bit difference than Phoenix Garden besides the emblem on the top is we will have stanchions on those so that during Flag Day events and different celebrations, we can put flags on all those. Plus, when we run the utilities in for those, we are going to have the ability to mount cameras on those because we're going to have $1 million or more worth of artwork there. So we are going to have a security system in place so that we can monitor the sculptures and make sure that nothing untoward happens to anything. And then as far as the sculptures, when we get to that point, have raised enough money and get to that point, we will do calls where we will have interview artists to, you know, make proposals to us for doing the sculptures because each one of those is going to take anywhere from 6 months to a year to fabricate. We can go to the next slide. So this is the restroom building. We're putting it up on the parking lot at the north end so that it can serve the large gathering space when we have events, plus it'll also be available for users of the trail. We're setting it up in the parking lot. 2 reasons we're doing that. One, it's out of the floodplain, so we don't have to make the building that water can flow through. And 2, it's just inconvenient to the parking space. It's actually going to be two fixture restrooms. We initially looked at a single ones, but then after conversation with the city, we're going to make it a little bit bigger because of the size of the crowds that we're going to have there. And it's just easier to clean and maintain a larger building. Is there one more after this? Okay. So this is at the Elm Street intersection. When they're rebuilding Forest Street, there was utilities in all of these streets. We're having them leave. We're going to have water and sewer stubbed in, and that's where the POW MIA wall of tears, so that will be the one water feature we'll have. It's a place of reflection on those that, you know, they never found them. So we will have water at that location. It'll be able to be drained out in the wintertime, and then there'll also be recognition of other people around there, but we're staying within the right of way with that. Have we got one more? Our meeting at the shop building, we had 50-some people attend there, and we tried to listen to what everybody was telling us. So one of the things that we wanted to do is have a recognition of peace. So this is up in Spooner, Wisconsin. They have a peace bell, and we're looking at doing one of those here Because, every soldier that served, they didn't want to be there. They wanted to be home. They wanted peace. So we are going to have a recognition of that too. And so we don't know what we're going to do for a bell, but we're going to build the structure. We're going to, we'll figure something out for a bell on that. But we are going to have a place that people can come and recognize peace also. So is that the last one? So any questions on the design of the amenities we're putting in there?
I'd just like to add one more thing that I didn't, with the bike and pedestrian group, the one thing that we added besides the Veterans Trail, which is going to be a 12-foot trail, we're going to be extending the sidewalk to be a 10-foot sidewalk with a 5-foot boulevard. So there'll be another option for bicyclists to take that rather than going down the trail. Additionally, there'll be a bike lane in Forest Street that will also the bicyclists can take. So there'll be 3 options for bicyclists. You can take the trail, the sidewalk, or the lane on the street. So with that, be happy to answer any questions you have.
Councilmembers have questions? We'll start first with Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you for this informative presentation and for all of your work with this. My question is just, I'm wanting to respond to an emailed question that I had received from a constituent regarding the commissioning process for the sculptures and the artists. The question was whether there would be any priority given to local artists in that process, or if I don't know if you've gone to that level of thinking about things yet.
I can't really speak to that. I think it would be great if there was local artists that could do that, can do the bronzes like that. I mean, we're open to anybody. We're going to need 12 to 15 statues, so there's going to be a lot of work to spread around. So if there's local people that are wanting to work with us, we'll be more than happy to talk to them. Because, dealing with somebody on Washington State or New York City, I'd rather deal with somebody, here in Eau Claire. And I'm sure I can speak for the rest of the group that we would entertain anything on that.
Thank you.
Yep.
If further questions, Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Brickman. Thank you, Mr. Betcher and Mr. Pippinger for your work, and all the folks in this room have done their part too. Maybe you want to bring up things related to the site plan, so if we could maybe see a particular slide, maybe the east end of the, or the north end of the project, where the parking lot is. A few questions about that.
The big lot or the small one?
I guess we could use this for now. So I guess my question is the connectivity between the parking lot and the tribute trail, and I know there's an elevation difference there.
That came up in the plan commission. We don't have it figured out exactly. Excuse me a second, Jeff. Our handicap parking spots are going to be right about here, so we're going to come off of that, and we're going to cross down and bring a sidewalk in from the parking lot down the levee or down that hill to the gathering space. So we will be adding that. They won't have to go all the way around the trail. We'll create a direct path for them, and we'll keep it down below a 5% slope, so we don't have to have handrails or anything. It'll just be a sidewalk. That is something we were addressing.
Okay, great, thank you. I guess maybe a follow-up to that would be, I know there's currently a connection from that area to kind of a, I guess a somewhat weathered set of steps that go up and then down back to the river, and that provide access for people to get down to the water. Is there a vision for how we maintain that level of access as part of this project?
Well, this project won't be into that area. However, we are looking at a project to redo the dike in a future year, and that will be addressed. Those trails right now are pretty much like goat paths. I mean, they basically are just, created by people walking on them. And so we'll look at improving that during the time that we redo the dike.
One follow-up question in addition, please. And because this really helps a lot with connectivity for a lot of different users, so I appreciate that aspect of this as well. On the southern end, I know that it sounds like there's been some discussions with Excel about getting the trail around between the river and the substation. Is there an agreement that's been made yet, or what is that going to look like in terms of an assurance that we'll be able to make that trail connection in the future?
Yeah, there has not been an agreement yet with Excel and the city on that.
No. What is?
We do have a right-of-way through there.
Yeah.
That's the existing right-of-way that you see the trail on right now. It's the William Street right-of-way is where we have the trail on.
Yeah, so what is shown is on city property. We were just trying to ease it so it's not such a sharp corner. And that's the conversation we've had with Excel, and we're early in the steps of that, but we should be able to have that resolved before any construction starts.
Thank you. Are there further questions from council on this plan? Councilmember Berge?
And thanks for your work on this. This is great. I've heard bits and pieces, and this has been a fantastic presentation of it all, so I really appreciate that, just the whole picture. I wanted to, in our packet, it had the questions or the suggestion card comments, and you covered a lot of them in your presentation, but I just had a couple more questions. There's a lot of comments about the garden and the gardening community, and it sounds like you've been working with them. And I just want to confirm that they're part of this process as well, and the Veterans Group has been talking with the gardening community and as much as they can.
Yeah, everything we do stays on the opposite side from the gardens. You know, we're not doing anything that's going to affect them. We're going to be planting trees along, but wherever we get to the gardens, they're only going to be on the opposite side, and we're looking at smaller flowering trees. So we're working to stay away. You know, we're not going to come in and bulldoze anything they're doing. Everything we're doing is on the opposite side. You know, we're trying to be very good neighbors. They were there before us, so we're trying to be, you know, good neighbors. And like I said, they've been very receptive to us, and we've had a lot of meetings to discuss things. So.
And I would add that the parking lot that we're putting in off of Oak Street was from comments that we got from the neighborhood association and the community gardeners. Something that they were looking for.
Have another question? Sure. There's another comment on here, and I haven't heard it mentioned, so I just wanted to bring it up. It says, will the Hmong be included? And I don't know if that was referring to the soldiers and the veterans, but I don't know if you had any comments on that.
We know the Hmong have had, well, Mark can maybe address that.
It'll be part of the educational process of when you go to the Vietnam War and their contribution to the assistance that they gave to the United States during that time definitely will be part of that educational part.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there other questions on the presentation this evening? I'll go with Councilmember Emanuel first.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and thank you also for the presentation. Just want to have a follow-up regarding contributions of Hmong community members who contributed to serving our country, and I'm wondering, have they been a part of the process, or have they been engaged in part of this, or?
Well, if maybe that's, I'm certain that Mr. Beckfield, you'll probably come up and speak. Maybe that would be a question at that time for Mr. Beckfield. Is that okay, Councilman? Do you have a follow-up question? Okay. Thank you, and Councilmember Graggart.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. This one other question that comes to mind is, I know there's a lot of mature trees in this area, and it sounds like there'll be some additional trees planted. So I guess I was wondering if there's any sort of map or estimate as part of the site plan that would be able to show what trees may end up being removed that are maybe somewhat mature, maybe of concern, or maybe I know that there's definitely some pretty large trees like near the parking lot, for example, in that area. So I'm not sure if you could provide any sort of map of that at this point, or point some of them out.
We don't have a map that shows, but I can say along the entire stretch of Forest Street on that, would be on the west side. Those are all ash trees. And we know what we're going through right now with the emerald ash borers. So those trees will be taken down, and we'll be replanting those. Again, we'll be putting a 5-foot boulevard in there to widen out the sidewalk. The other trees, we're gonna preserve as many of the mature trees as possible. But along the stretch of the trail, we're gonna be looking at putting some flowering trees there. Similar to if you've been to Washington in the springtime, we've got the flowering cherry trees will be something similar to that. But where they will be flowering at different times. It won't be all at one time and then all of a sudden you don't have it. So we're going to be looking at putting in some different varieties that will be flowering at different times of the year.
Further questions? I had a few that if I could ask. If I could just, and thank you for the presentation as well, and all of your work over the years, Mr. Betcher and Mr. Pittenger. I noticed on here there's it looks like at the Madison Street connection, I don't know if I'm seeing it correctly, but is there 2 access points, and is one of them the easterly one? Where does that entirely connect? Because I'm seeing it kind of going into an area which is, I believe, the edible landscape, but maybe I'm not seeing that properly.
That sidewalk exists. There's the one on the west side comes up from under the bridge, and then the other one is you're curving along the railing. So that's already exists. Our tie-in is going to be kind of behind the substation because there's sidewalk to that point.
I think you're looking at the old right-of-way, the one in the middle there. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah, the one that's, so if you could just, I don't know how to point to it. The one that's curving, yeah, but it looks like there's a trail connection there, and I don't remember that there's a, is that on Excel's land? That sidewalk connection?
That is Excel's land
Okay.
right there, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to double check on that.
And the
So
old,
that's where there will be a sort of an entryway.
It'll be actually right on Madison Street as you start, into the curve where you go off from the sidewalk to the bridge.
Okay, that makes sense. I wanted to follow up on a few other questions that I had. So, in 2017, when the memorandum of understanding was brought forward to the council, we actually added in some language that kind of talked about collaborative process in designing this. At that time, the language read, seek input and design project implementation for the Veterans Tribute Trail from users of the Forest Street Greenway, including but not limited to Eau Claire veterans organizations, the North Riverfronts neighborhood, the Forest Street Community Garden, and with the objective of creating the Veterans Trail in a manner that considers the benefit of all users of the Forest Street green space. And so I just wanted to kind of put that out there as as a reminder, because that was something that the council actually voted as an amendment at the time. So some of the things that that kind of come to my view, and in full disclosure, as one of the founders of the Forest Street Community Garden, we have over 100 gardeners that are on that spot every year gardening. We have thousands of school children who have visited there from our Boys and Girls Club to our churches. We work with the community table to provide food for those who otherwise can't afford it. And so I've kind of been looking at it from, we want to make sure that we're working closely with the veterans and the garden, because I think there's a unique opportunity to actually connect community gardens and veterans in this project. One of the things that comes to mind is the access to this. So I'm really happy to see that there's the parking lot that's being proposed, but one of the fears is that crossing over there, there may be high speed, I don't know if bicycles would be moving quickly through there, but just that there's still a feeling of access from the parking lot and through to the garden. Can you kind of speak to that specific thing?
Sure. We took that into account. We will be putting a gate up on the side of the parking lot to where that will keep access in. As with the gardeners, they always contact the city and let us know when they're going to do any type of big delivery. So we'll coordinate that with the city of Eau Claire and the gardeners to make sure that we can cross that safely. We can put barricades up to make sure that we don't have any bicycles. And like I said, we've given 3 other options, or 2 other options for bicycles to go. They can go down the sidewalk or through the bike lane on the street.
And that's a concern, and I'm glad that you brought that, because the gardeners have, there's actually a garden shed, a pavilion that is accessed regularly during the course of the evenings down there. And so just crossing the trail is an important thing. I wanted to also bring up the use of chemicals. So the garden itself does not use chemicals. Is there a plan for herbicide and pesticide use and limiting that potentially along the stretch?
It would be our same policy and process that we're using now. We don't overuse it. We do have to use it to keep down some of the invasives, but again, we have licensed applicators. We don't, certainly we're very cognizant of the gardeners to make sure it stays out of that area. But I would say that our use would be very limited.
That's helpful. I just wanted to go to the lighting and vandalism. So one thing that has occurred, and I think this was in the letter that was written from the community garden in 2017, is that if lighting is put in place, so right now it's dark at night, so vandalism is actually fairly low because no one can see. But if lighting is put in place, is there a plan to include cameras as well? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Betcher mentioned that because we will have a significant amount of asset in there in the neighborhood of $1 million. We'll be looking at having some surveillance cameras in there. And also with the lighting too, there was a concern at at one of our meetings that about light pollution, but the lights that we'll be using and the lamps that we'll be using is that the light will be going straight down. It won't be radiated upwards.
Okay, so it has minimal impact on the neighborhood.
Right.
Another question that I wanted to bring up is we had raised close to $5,000 just for educational signage, and it was approved by the City Council of Waterways and Parks. And I think there's an opportunity there to make, and those were approved by FEMA as well. The signs have not been created yet, but I wanted to just let you know and let the Veterans Trail folks know that I think it would be an opportunity to potentially collaborate with educational signage, because the money has already been raised and the approval has already been sought. But the design should probably fit well with what's already going on. And so that's part of the reason that gardeners have waited to actually put those in place is because of that. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is the potential of having bicycle racks at the parking site. Is that a possibility to be included?
Yes, we can look at doing something like that.
Okay. Do other council members have follow-up or additional questions on the trail? And maybe more will arise once we hear some of the presentations. Thank you again for the presentation and all of the work.
Thanks.
Folks here this evening who would like to speak, I think our Supervisor Beckfield is here and would offer a few words.
Thank you.
Good evening.
If you have questions, I hope you ask. Had a lot of them asked of me over the last few years on this project, and I'm happy to be here tonight. 2 years almost to the day when we were here talking about the possibility of this project.
Mr. Beckfield, if you could just introduce and give an address.
My name is Mark Beckfield at 4245 Meadowood Drive, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and it's always been my home. Proud to be here.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. This is a community project, private, public, a lot of money. And I have to tell you, I've never been so proud of Eau Claire and Eau Claire County as I am with this project. We had a problem. There was not a place for a proper place for our veterans to do their services. The veterans came up with what they wanted. They said they wanted to honor, educate, and remember. Those are the 3 things they said. And a place where they can go and do their services. And before I go much further, I want to thank you veterans that are here tonight, and all veterans who have served in the past and presently serving for us. I also want to thank Tammy Schlafnagel. You're not here tonight. She's been at every meeting, but many of you know her. She is a real advocate for the project and her neighborhood. And she knew we were looking at sites, and it's funny that this site came up at Menards West. That's where I ran into her, and she said, have you ever considered this spot? And she and I sit on the county board together. And I said, you know what? No, but we'll put it to the committee and see what they said. Moving forward, it turned out to be that perfect round peg in the round hole. I want to also thank the city staff, working with Jeff, Mr. Pippinger, Mr. Koala, Stephanie, let's not forget her. She works at the front counter down there, talked to her many times. And of course, many groups, even the Eau Claire Police Department got involved. You'd be surprised at how many veterans you have in your fire and police department that are in favor of this project. And they're going to watch it extra careful. They told me that, okay? So going on to that, what we're really looking forward to here is to honor our local history and our local veterans. And let's not lose sight of that. And I'm going to use two examples of the education part that I want to talk to you about. And I'll just do two real quick. A lot of us know that World War II, they built a large plant to build munitions. And in 1948, they converted that plant over to rubber and tire, which became the U.S. rubber plant, better known to most of you as Uniroyal. And Uniroyal hired over 25,000 people for Eau Claire residents and Chippewa, and they came from a long distance to work there. And many of them told me something that I didn't know. And I want you to remember, if you went through the art crawl, some of you may have, you walked on wood floors. And maybe after tonight you'll think of wood floors differently. Why were those floors in what's now known as Banbury wood? And that's because when you build munitions, you don't want to drop a tool, have a spark, and boom. Okay? So that's why those floors are all wood throughout that building. That's just a little piece of the history that goes on, but it continues. Uniroyal is no longer gone. But one of the largest businesses in the Midwest came out of that plant. Take the uni out of Royal, and it's called Royal Credit Union. That was the credit union for those employees. That's part of our rich history from Eau Claire. That if we forget that, or we don't celebrate it, we'll never remember it again. Now this next one, I might get a little choked up. Let's talk about the Pablo Center. Music, right? How does that fall into play here? There was a soldier who was a Jewish soldier who fought in World War II. He joined the band. He thought, you know, I'm a musician, I'm going to get away with this. It's going to be easy, play it in a band. Well, not so much, because they put you in the construction group, making roads, etc. And what happened was this veteran had to go out and look for landmines in Germany, and his biggest fear, he told me, wasn't that he get killed, because that's a possibility, but being a musician would be maimed and losing his fingers so he could no longer play. Well, that man came back, married his wife Mary. They came to Eau Claire, and he loved music, and he trained many, many students. Quite a few who even play at the Pablo Center today. And that gentleman's name was Bud Morgan of Morgan Music. Neat stories. These are the important stories, the really important things we need to remember about our veterans who serve from Eau Claire and the Chippewa Valley. There are dozens of these stories. Did I know them all before? No. But I'm learning them. And guess what? With the technology, you're going to be able to take your phone and learn about these people. You'll learn about Uniroyal. You'll learn about Mayo Clinic. How many people know Mayo Clinic was started by 2 doctors out of the Army? We need to educate those people that there are good things that come out. And no veteran wants peace worse. Nobody wants peace worse than a veteran. Okay, they'll tell you that. So that's kind of my soapbox 2 stories I want to tell quick. But there are dozens of them that I hope one day we'll all get there. I love flowers. I love gardening. My wife has one of the largest gardens, and oh my God. We'll plant thousands of plants this spring. I love trees, flowering trees in the spring. If you've ever been to Washington, D.C. and seen those trees, those cherry trees, I can see people coming from miles away to see 1,600 feet of beautiful flowering trees alone. And then they can learn from that experience. And yes, they'll see the community garden. I think there's a great collaboration there. I really do. We don't want to have a lot of signage all over. We're trying to use technology to avoid as much of that as possible to keep it looking beautiful and green. So when you look across this, it'll be a beautiful space to be proud of. I don't want to get on, I could go for hours.
Mr. Beckler, if I could just take
Yep.
5 minutes, so.
Yeah, so I'm done.
You can conclude your remarks. Okay.
But I want to thank you very much for allowing us to work on this project and to meet these wonderful faces I've gotten to know. And, okay, I'll go from there. Questions about the Mungs? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm done.
No, thank you. Councilmember Berge, did you want to follow up on your question about involvement? My apologies, Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and thank you, Supervisor Beckfield, for your leadership, and a very small thank you to say thanks for sharing your chambers with us. It's really
You're
been-
quite welcome. I just wish some of the things worked better once in a while.
Well, you know what? Everything always works out, so.
You're quite welcome.
Many appreciations. So we have a pretty significant Hmong population here in our community who also played a significant role, especially in the Vietnam War and conflict. I'm wondering if you can talk to us about any of the engagement that took place and any ways that some of our community members, such as Hmong population, will be recognized and honored in this work.
We are in discussion with Vincent Zong, who has most recently taken over the position as the Hmong Association. He said one of the challenges that we're having with the population is their elders don't speak much English, so he has to, translate those. But to answer your question is yes, they will have a place along with the Native Americans, because we have been approached by the Ho-Chunk Nation for a donation for this project. We've not finalized that yet. And they want to know how they can possibly be worked into it. There's so much rich history from them, and they worked side by side or fought side by side with our soldiers, many of them, and that's why they came here. And to answer your question, I don't know what that looks like yet, but I can give you my personal assurance that will happen. You're welcome.
Are there further questions for Supervisor Beckfield? Other questions? I guess I had one as well.
Sure.
If, in terms of the sort of the maintenance of the trees and the plantings and everything, is that will all be through the city?
Yeah, the Parks and Waters is handling all that. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
You got my number. Thank you.
Thank you again. Others who are here this evening to speak on the Veterans Trail? Welcome forward. Good evening.
My name is Joe Heil. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I'm here asking for your support tonight. And the reason being is you have a unique opportunity to honor not only our future veterans, our past veterans, those who've given their lives, both men and women, to make this country a better place to stay. The other thing that's going to do is it's going to put the city of Eau Claire on the map. You look at Arcadia, you look at Neilsville, and tell you what, folks, this is going to be the best thing you've ever seen in the city of Eau Claire, and it's going to put us on the map. So I really would like your support. Thank you.
Anyone else here would like to speak on the Veterans Trail? Evening.
Kenny Lane, 827 West Hamilton, Eau Claire. I'd like your support as well for the trail here. I just retired recently, 34 years of the service. I think, like the gentleman just stated, it's going to put Eau Claire on the map. Like they said, either honor, educate, and reflect. I'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here? I see a lot of supporters here, so thank you all for coming down. Is there further comments that folks would like to make on this trail? Anyone else? If you'd also like, just a reminder, we do have the comment sheets at the back of the room too, if you want to fill one of those out. But I know I've seen a lot of you at the different hearings that we've had. So thank you again for being here. If there's any other input on these items on the Veterans Trail, seeing no further desires to speak on it, I want to thank all of you for being here this evening and the hard work that's gone into this project. We'll then move to our next item on the business agenda. We're going to close that. Sorry, on our public hearing agenda. Item number 8 is a special assessment. This is public discussion on an ordinance amending Chapter 3.16 entitled Special Assessments of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire, and special assessment policy to amend sidewalk repair to be consistent with current residential and corner lot. Actually, if I might ask, if there's no objection from the body, if we might take just a 5-minute recess and then come back to item number 8. That'd be okay? I see folks are clearing out here right now as well, so can we take a 5-minute recess? Okay. Can council members take their seats, please? We're going to reconvene our meeting starting at 9:25. We are going to take up the item number 8, which is special assessment. But before we do so, I just want to mention to folks that are here to speak on the Folsom acquisition, which is on tomorrow's agenda, that the next 3 items should be quite brief. So, if you could hold with us for a few more minutes, they're going to be pretty brief. So, we're going to move. We're going to go forward with special assessment. Then we're going to do the industrial park zoning items, and then we'll move to our public comment. Mr. Solberg, you're here to present on item number 8, special assessment changes.
So the proposed changes to our special assessment policy is to bring our spot repair sidewalk assessment in line with the intent of our special assessment policy for, in particular, corner residential lots. When the special assessment, the most recent policy was enacted in its current form before some minor modifications, the intent at that time was to have residential properties that were corner lots pay for assessments primarily on the side of their property that their address comes off of. And for street work, utilities, so forth, the side of their property that is not their address side, special assessments would not be levied towards those parcels, or that side of the parcel. Commercial properties pay for special assessments around all 4 sides. The way the special assessment policy was written, it included street improvements. It was silent with regards to alley improvements, and it was silent with regards to sidewalk repair. A couple of years ago, off of Birch Street, there were properties that had corner lots on alleys, and the special assessment policy at that time was amended to spell out that alley corner assessments would be treated the same as street special assessments, so you're only paying for the short side, basically, or the address side for alleys, similar to the way you pay for the short side for a street. Now we have situations that have arisen where if you are a corner property such as this, and you're paying special assessments along Omaha Street, you would pay for spot repair of sidewalk on Omaha Street, but the special assessment policy doesn't provide a corner relief for spot repair of sidewalk on the non-address side of your property. So if we were to redo Deo Avenue, and this was your property and this was your address, we would redo the entire street here, including sidewalk, because it would be a street improvement assessment, and you wouldn't have any charge or special assessments for this. But if there was a panel of sidewalk that presented a trip hazard, the way the special assessment policy is written now, you would receive a special assessment for that. So that wasn't the original intent from what we found with the intent behind the special assessment policy. So we added the language in here to give the corner credit for spot sidewalk repair in instances like this. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Council members have questions on this? Microphone's not on. Do council members have any questions on this ordinance amendment? Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Solberg, but I think there's, are you here this evening to speak on this ordinance change? Wonderful. Well, welcome forward. Thank you again, Mr. Solberg. Good evening, sir.
Hi. Dave Staling, 1820 Sun Vista. And my question is, Dave, does that mean that on a corner lot, if there was not a sidewalk built for the owner, so the owner puts in one sidewalk, are they responsible for the other? Is that the adjustment that's going to be made?
I think what we'll do is are you okay answering that question, Mr. Silver?
So when we come across gaps in sidewalk, they are included in our sidewalk repair program throughout the city, so this change would apply to that. So if there's a gap on the address side of the house in sidewalk, they would pay the assessment for that. If there's a gap in the sidewalk on the non-address side, the property owner in a residential property would not pay for that, but a commercial property would.
Does that help?
That helps.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that has a question or a comment or thought on this item number 8? Again, this is regarding special assessments and proposed amendment to that ordinance. Anyone else have any comment? Seeing none, we will then close that item. Thank you again, Mr. Solberg. We're going to take up items number 2 and 3. These should go fairly quick. These are regarding our industrial park zoning. Item 3 is a public hearing on an ordinance amending the zoning code of City of Eau Claire by amending general development plan for sign standards for Gateway Northwest Business Park. Shout out.
All right, thank you, Acting President Worthman and members of the council. Both 2 and 3 are related to each other, so if it pleases the council, then can certainly discuss these both together. This was heard at the Plan Commission last week. Both requests are coming in from Gateway Industrial Park Corporation. Again, since there's both Gateway West and Gateway Northwest business parks, kind of two portions of the same general area. They are 2 separate requests, though, but for the same thing. The Gateway Industrial Park Corporation is requesting an amendment to their general development plan, hence the rezoning, essentially. So it's procedurally, it seems a little bit awkward, only because it is there are 2 general development plans for the business parks, And in order to modify even this request for the sign code or sign provisions within those, they do have to go through this technically through rezoning. Existing provisions allow one monument sign per building with a maximum size of 70 square feet, maximum height is 6 feet, minimum setback of 15 feet. What has occurred is that several buildings within both, particularly within, within Gateway Northwest Business Park, the first one on the agenda, number 2, is that a number of the buildings are becoming compartmentalized, so to speak, and therefore becoming multi-tenant in nature. And the intention of the sign code provisions within the general development plans really didn't address the multi-tenancy opportunities that have since arisen. With that, the corporation has requested some leniency or expansion of its allowances for monument signs or ground signs to be up to 200 square feet in size, 40 feet in height, and up to 400 square feet if a conditional use permit is approved. What that does is that it would match up with the current sign code. However, kind of looking to split the difference between the current standards and the much more permissive standards of the overall City of Eau Claire sign code, staff had recommended 150 square feet in size and 15 feet in height. The Plan Commission and the applicant both were agreeable to that. They also did a modification rather than the current overall City of Eau Claire sign code of 25 feet or 50 feet, depending on the setback from the different types of streets. They want to retain the current gateway sign code provision of 15-foot setback. So all that to say, what's being presented before you this evening is to allow for ground signs for multiple tenant buildings to be up to 150 square feet in size, 15 feet in height, with a 15-foot setback, subject to approval of a sign plan by the Plan Commission and/or conditional use permit where necessary. So with that, again, the same provisions, same requests for both these two agenda items. The applicant's representative apologizes, did have to leave a short time ago for family reasons, so was unable to be here for this part of the agenda. The sign company was also representing one of the multi-tenant signs, did make some comments at the Plan Commission meeting. That individual too was unable to be here tonight, but all parties have indicated their agreement with the provisions as proposed here before you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Are there questions from council regarding items 2 and 3? Both are industrial park zoning, sign code standards. Is there any questions on these? I don't see any.
All right.
Thank you
Thank
again. Is there anyone here this evening who would like to speak on our zoning code changes, amending the general development plans for Gateway Northwest Business Park and Gateway West Business Park? Either of those items, are there folks here this evening who wish to speak on those? Okay, I don't see any at this time, so we will close those items. And we will then move to our public comment period. And I know that a few of you signed up this evening, and Ms. Merle is just going to grab that sheet real quick here. But thank you all for waiting as well through this say lengthy meeting, but actually we sometimes our Monday meetings run 2 or 3 hours. So I appreciate everyone sticking around with us. As we open up our public comment period, just a reminder that speaking turns are limited to 3 minutes. First up on our speaking list is Mr. Steve Harmon. Is Mr. Harmon here this evening? I think he spoke earlier. Okay, we will move then to Alex Pedreas, is it? Spoke earlier as well, okay. We'll then, seeing that, we'll move then to Mr. Tom Leonard. Is Mr. Tom Leonard here? Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you much. So my name's Tom Leonard. Actually, Mr. Peters, Mr. Peppinger would know me as Wayne. I worked 30-plus years for the city, so. But I'm here tonight to talk about possibly the purchase of land across the street from Roosevelt School, which is where possibly they may expand or whatever was going to happen. But we're here talking about, like I say, replacing the land, and this purchasing it is not a problem to me. You know, it's what's going to happen after the purchase is made, and we just want to make sure that our neighborhood is involved in the process of whether it becomes a park, whether it becomes a leisure area. Maybe it could just become 2 benches and maybe a pavilion, you know. And maybe someday they could complete the other trail and have that pavilion and everything there. But our problem, you know, if it is developed into a park, our worries is about the privacy of the people. And, you know, we've got a well-adjusted, well-committed community there. You know, there's not going to be a whole lot of new houses or anything. So our land is very valuable to us. And we've got an area there that it is nature, you know, and we're worried about if, you know, they put a park in there, there's going to be lights, they're going to take down trees. Sure, they'll say they're going to plant a few more trees, but they'll be spotted, whereas now it's wooded area and it's grassland. So we'd like to keep it that way. And let's see, I gotta look here. Like I say, with the park, there'd be noise, the barrier would be gone of the trees. And you know, like I say, we just want to be sure we're involved. You know, a lot of the trees, like I say, would be cut down and they'd be replaced by the ones they have. But our goal is if we could be involved, if there are any changes going to be made. You know, I mean, if the city needs to spend the money for that, if all the other parks are up to date and everything, that's fine. We have no problem with the city owning it. You know, sometimes parks and that look good on maps, you know, or on paper. And we'd like it if you'd go out and, you know, and be involved with it to see what we have there. And with that, I'm done. Any questions?
Thank you.
You
I'll
bet.
See if council has any, we don't have, sorry, we.
Oh,
yeah, you did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the sheet tonight is Cheryl Leonard. Sure, yeah. Wonderful. Diane, welcome forward.
I don't know where to put this exactly, but it is helpful. I don't want to cover you up. Hello, Acting President Worthman and council members and City Council. My name is Diane Omtevet, and I live at 2737 7th Street, right across from the trail, or the 7th Street Trail. We thank you for inviting us to this hearing this evening, but we do have to tell you that amongst the neighbors, we were surprised by the news that this land in question is scheduled for significant changes. We learned this through the newspaper and on TV. There were many more questions that than answers that were for us. There was no notice that was afforded to the property owners in the immediate area, and that is difficult to hear. You know, something significant happening and just never getting any word. This neighborhood is very much in transition currently, and you're probably well aware of that. Just as an example of my house, I have 8 houses that are in the immediate area around my house, and 7 of the 8 have been purchased within the last few years, which is rather remarkable and really says a lot how vibrant the changes are. The comprehensive plan was either not known of by the purchasers or was vague at the time of purchase. So it was like, what? To many people. But also there is another group of people that we have great concern about as neighbors as we were doing this canvassing this week in this arduous weather, trying to connect with our neighbors about this. And that is the many elderly that we spoke with. As far as attending neighborhood meeting, which we held last evening, we found that many of the elderly don't drive in the evening, and certainly not in adverse weather like we've been having lately. So that leaves. Yes.
If I could ask, you come to the end of your 3 minutes.
Oh, no.
You could just kind of wrap them up.
All right. All right, we'll go right to the end. We would like 3 things. To give us an extension so that we could gather as neighbors within this area. One important thing about this area is Mead Street should have gone straight through this property, but sometime long ago it didn't. And it makes this area extremely unique because there's not 2 more sets of houses in every area. It's very, very unusual. There isn't anything like this part of the trail system anyplace else in the city. We would like the city council president and at least one other officer on city council besides our person who is our district representative to visit our neighborhood association and have you give us your pitch and share with us what your vision is for this park. And we would like the opportunity to share our vision with you. I have biked and walked over every trail within the city system, and this is quite special. So we would appreciate seeing you soon. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Maybe I'll leave it up here. Yeah.
The poster is very helpful.
Hello, everybody.
Good evening.
My name's Cheryl Leonard, and I live at 2729 6th Street in Eau Claire. And I'd like to thank all the councilmen and women and President Worthman. I'd also like to thank Jeremy Greggett and Jill for not only answering my email, but also Jill for being at our neighborhood meeting last night. I'm coming at from kind of the same way as a lot of us are. I'm more concerned about the patch of woods that we have left. I was at the city council several years ago when we first started talking about putting the bike trail in. And this represents before the bike trail was put in. All these woods we had. We don't have near those anymore. We have a very small patch of woods, maybe like this little triangle, and just a few through here. This is behind the neighbors, his house is through here. So this isn't a very good representation of what we really have. If you, we not only have that woods there has started to sustain itself again. Last night at our meeting, a gentleman had said that he had walked through with one of the professors at the university that knew about endangered species and said that we have endangered plants in that area. I called the DNR in Madison today to find out about that, and they did say that when a private owner owns that land, they don't have to go by the Endangered Species Act. But once the city buys it, we have to do a few steps before we can go in there and destroy any of the plants or the nature there. One, we need to identify it. Then we have to, let's see, I'm kind of nervous, I'm sorry. We identify it, we name it, identify it, and then submit it to the DNR in Madison. But we need a professional to go in there with us. We need more time on that. We also have flying squirrels, pileated woodpeckers, fox, and a small deer herd that are in those woods. That I think the pileateds and the flying squirrels are possibly protected. That's another thing to consider before we go in there. These woods are like our neighborhood protects. The bike trail is wonderful. I wasn't crazy about it going through, but it is nice. But it is a beautiful woods that people bike by, see the deer at dusk time. Kids go playing in the woods. Playgrounds, hockey rinks, athletic fields can always be put someplace else. Once we tear trees down, once we've destroyed that nature there, we cannot put that back. We are asking that you reconsider on postponing the vote 60 days if possible. And if not, as Tom has talked about, just if you could work with us as neighbors and let us keep what we love, because we love that patch of woods and that neighborhood is very good. And join us. I know I'm off there, so just please reconsider what you're going to vote on here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming, sharing that this evening.
Thank you.
The next person signed up is Teresa. Is it Wagner? Wagner. My apologies.
It's a tough one.
And I remember you've come up before on other things too. So, thanks for coming this evening.
Yeah. So, I live right on the bike trail. I got cut off the map. No. My husband works at Nestle, and he walks this bike trail. And it's great. It's paved. It's a little more open. Doesn't think something's going to jump right out at him. But on his way to work, he sees the fox family, the deer, and, they cross the path and they watch him cross theirs. We've only lived in our house for 4 years, but in that amount of time, this trail has gone in. I've lost all of the woods. I'm actually taking care of some railroad property. I'm down here on 7th. So crossing with 7th, I'm on 6th and Bowles where it ends on the north side. And I know this is, I watched them, dig up trees and pull them out and widen that space back on the trail. And I understand that all, but as they're looking to put in, playgrounds even, there's other playgrounds around it. They have to take out so much to put in, an area like that. And I sit in my yard with binoculars and watch the pileated woodpeckers. Last night I called it woody woodpecker because that's what it sounds like. He's huge. He's like from, my elbow to the top of my fingers. And I also watch bald eagles land in some of the mature trees over in this area. And it's fun to watch them. It's the old railroad track. It's great property. And I like walking my dog down the trail, and I ride my bike too. So it's nice to see the flowers. It's nice to see the plants. And I'm here just to say I hope that you give us this time for our neighborhood to get a little better connected with all the new people that have moved in. We need the 60 days, or even 30 is way better than last night, or, 2 days. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next up on the list this evening is Cheryl Sutter here.
I'm Cheryl Sutter, and I live at 736 Bowl Street. It was just real recently that I learned that there was a potential for this land to be purchased by the city, and I don't know to what extent there are thoughts about what to do with it, but our neighborhood would relish the chance to hear and to be part of any kind of plans that would potentially develop. I've been in the neighborhood for 24 years, and I saw when these woods were more of a scruffy nature, but in 24 years' time, there are some very nice mature trees there, much taller. We do see these different kinds of birds. The deer are there. We have seen fox at different times. To my knowledge, we're not having a garden issue or people being upset about it. I don't see dead animals on the road particularly, other than squirrels. We have a lot of those. But it's a very nice area, and I'm sure it could serve lots of different purposes and to different extents. But if our neighborhood folks that live right there and have adjacent property could have a chance to connect and share what they would envision or what it means to them to have that space and communicate with the city council on that, we would be very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Jim Howie's here as well. Yeah. You want to speak? Okay. Well, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come up and speak on this item or any other item this evening? Welcome. Actually, if yeah, no.
If I may.
Yep.
My name is Thomas Rock. I am a citizen of Chippewa Falls, not here, but I've worked very closely with this great community on this exact issue. I met with them last night. The major concern that this neighborhood is afraid of is all these trees, I guess. The concern is that it's going to be clear cut, or that there's going to be lights and there'll be light pollution. There's going to be an influx of people in that area. An area like this is very uncommon in a residential neighborhood. It's very unique, and it's a wonderful thing to have. There's potential for endangered species, as they said. The concerns that I heard last night are that the people aren't afraid of the city owning the property. They're just afraid of what's going to happen when the city does. So what they're asking for is an extension. They're focusing on getting the neighborhood together, and they would like to meet with you and hear what the plans are. Like I said, they're not worried about you, they're not you specifically, but the city having the property, but what's going to happen to the property, and they kind of want to hear those plans so they can be more comfortable when it gets to that point. Yeah, I guess with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you this evening. And actually, we only have one speaking turn in this period, so, but all of you did a great job. I just want to thank you again for coming this evening and sharing your perspectives with us. So, and also, waiting through to this hour. So, is there anyone else who hasn't had a chance to speak during our public comment period who would like to speak? Seeing no desire, we will then adjourn our meeting. Oh, my apologies. Sorry. Mr. Peters, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Acting President Worthman. You may have heard, but there's going to be some snow, and possibly 6 to 10 inches tomorrow, and some winds. They keep pushing the forecast out later. So what we'd like to do is, if you could just watch your emails tomorrow, and maybe around noon, we might poll you real quickly to just see who's available and what the weather's looking like. We will put a notice out by about 1:30 or 2 whether we plan to have the meeting or not have the meeting. But if you could just watch your emails and just know that we'll be kind of monitoring that situation and kind of play it by ear and see what the conditions look like. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Peters.
The Eau Claire City Council meeting will return in a moment. Newsworks is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, please contact us via phone at 715-839-5067 or online at valleymediaworks.org. This program is simulcast on WRFP-LP 101.9 FM. We now return you to the Eau Claire City Council meeting.
Meeting of the Eau Claire City Council will come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson. Here. Beaton. Here. Berge. Here. Christopherson.
Here.
Emmanuel. Here. Gregert.
Here.
Strobel. Weld.
Here.
Worthman.
Here.
Jean.
You have quorum. Thank you all this evening. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Welcome to this snowy, wintry day. Thank you all for being safe and arriving here this evening. I want to first just mention that Valley Media Works will be live streaming these proceedings this evening. If you're not able to join us here in Chambers, those proceedings can be found at valleymediaworks.org or 99.4 on the government channel. It can also be found on simulcast on WRFP LP 101.9. Past meetings of our city council are also available on the YouTube channel for Valley Media Works. It does seem that we have our mics up and running again today, but if for whatever reason they go down, council members, if you can just speak up, and it looks like we have another recording device here in front as well. With that, we are going to get rolling on our first order of business, which is our consent agenda. Are there any questions that come up for council members on items that are on our consent agenda this evening? Councilmember Christopherson.
President Worthman, I would like to remove item number 19 to be considered separately.
So moved. Is there a second for that? Councilmember Berge is seconding that motion. We'll take that up separately. Are there any questions or concerns on any of the other items on the consent agenda before we have it moved? Any questions? Seeing none, then on a motion by Councilmember Anderson, seconded by Councilmember Emmanuel, the consent agenda has been moved. Is there discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel. Aye. Gregert.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye. The consent agenda minus item 19 has passed. We will then move to item number 19. This has been pulled separately by Councilmember Christopherson. Councilmember Christopherson, would you like to speak on this item?
I have an amendment that I will pass out. And then
This isn't it. Oh. Okay. Councilmember Christopherson, do you want to, actually, you're moving an amendment to this. Is there a second to this amendment? Councilmember Beaton? I'll let Councilmember Christopherson, if you want to speak first to this.
Thank you. Last night during our public hearing, there were a number of neighbors from the west side speaking to this particular item that's on the consent agenda. And I would like to share with the public here and with my colleagues on the council that they were able to speak to this motion because of an action that the council took to allow public discussion. Because this particular item, although it pertained to them and it affected them, was not on the public hearing agenda, but they were able to speak to this and express their concerns. This is a neighborhood that backs up to the bike trail, runs through the west side, crosses 7th Street. And at this point in time, it's an urban forest. And what they enjoy so much about that is the habitat, the quiet, the animals that they see and hear, the birds, some of the prairie grasses. And when they saw through the press coverage after the Plan Commission that it might become a park, their lack of knowledge and their lack of following what the city was doing in this particular area caused them a lot of anxiety. So we gathered together and talked about what were their concerns, how would they like to see this used that would benefit the neighborhood as their neighborhood park, and then talked about the planning process and how this was already in the comprehensive plan, and it was moving steadily through the structure of the government. They began to see what their options were. So the community is in favor of the city receiving this property as this resolution expresses. However, they're very interested in being included in the planning process. Excuse me. So I will read the motion, which would be after the now therefore be it resolved and before the last clause. So this motion would be it further resolved that the city seek input on design and project implementation for the public use of this neighborhood park from the West Side Neighborhood Associations, Roosevelt Elementary School families, Eau Claire Board of Education, and trail system users, with the effect of that this neighborhood park considers mutual benefits of all users while preserving as much as is possible a natural urban forest habitat for birds and animals. At all times, the project would remain consistent with city planning documents and operational considerations for the use and maintenance of this neighborhood park. So this meets their interests and their ability to participate.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. And before we proceed further, I just want to back up quick because the motion was made to separate this out by Councilmembers Christopherson and Berge, but the motion to take this item, to take the item number 19 up wasn't made yet. So if I could ask our Councilmembers Christopherson and Berge, okay, also being the movers of this item. Wonderful. So the amendment on the table, thank you, and the amendment on the table is from Councilmember Christopherson and seconded by Councilmember Beaton, and so I'll recognize Councilmember Beaton next.
Thank you. I wanted to echo the appreciation from Councilmember Christopherson. I was very pleased at how it worked last night. I think that this is an issue that was taken up with Waterways and Parks Commission, and I think that it would have kind of come and gone without having really realized that it was an issue if it hadn't been for the neighbors there raising the issue first through email and then in person in our meeting yesterday. And so wanted to express appreciation for this body for making that step and that change, and also for the people who came last night. I was sharing last night that I live in the 3rd Ward and I use the Putnam Park a lot. I like to go into the Putnam Park and pretend that I'm in the middle of the forest, even though I'm in the middle of the city. So I definitely can can relate to the interest in preserving this natural urban forest. I was wondering if, I'm prepared to support this motion, but before we vote on it, I was wondering if there is somebody from the city who could talk a little bit about more of the plans. I think it wasn't exactly clear in our packet, and talk a little bit about the plans as they are and how far along they are in the process.
I think that's for Mr. Pippinger. Good evening.
Good afternoon. Yes, to answer your question, we haven't started planning yet. Our normal process when we do get into a park development is to always meet with the neighborhood group, to do open houses, many contacts with the users of the park, that would be the users of the park that we're developing. So this is really a land acquisition, not the planning part of it yet. So we're several years away from that. I would say 5 years out before we start the planning process to the design, get it to where we get to the point where we take it back to Waterways and Parks. If it needs to go to Plan Commission, and then eventually for City Council for approval. So we're ways out. But that's our normal process, is to bring in the public to get their input. Because like I've been telling the neighbors of that area, is that you guys lived here. I mean, I live in Eau Claire, but I don't live next to that park area. So we want to make sure that we have their input.
Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember Beaton?
I think I do, yeah. So given the motion to amend, do you think that this plan is something that the city can do and will produce some good results?
Nope.
Yeah?
Absolutely. I
Okay,
mean,
cool.
that's pretty much what we do.
Okay.
So
Great.
the way it's written out is kind of how we proceed when we do our planning. And as was mentioned, it is in our comp plan, it's in our Parks and Open Space plan, and it's consistent with the strategic goals of the city.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pippinger. Certainly, City Manager Peters.
I could just add to that. So just, there is no money in our CIP at this point, and the CIP is a 5-year plan. So, the money or funding for that would be, further out with that. And also just so understanding the bigger picture of this, the current park, which is just to the north, we've been talking with the school district because the school district is interested in that land for the expansion of Roosevelt School. So we'll be working with the school to transfer that land to them, and to the extent that happens now, they would be giving us permission to still keep the park on there, so the current park would stay in place. So this is a really good example of working cooperatively with other municipal agencies, and in this case the school district, working with them for their long-range planning, and yet still keeping a functional park in the area. And then working for our comprehensive plan, which was to have the park more down in this area. So it's a long-range thing. The opportunity, presented itself with the current owner of the land, and we're able to just basically queue that up for some very long-range planning and discussions and alignment of the park and assistance for the school district with their development plans.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for Mr. Pippinger or for our City Manager? Thank you again. Then back to the motion on the table as offered by Councilmembers Christopherson and Beaton. Is there any further discussion on this item? We take a vote. Councilmember Graggart.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and I want to thank the movers of this as well. I do, I of course have been up in that area, and I think there are ways that we can kind of balance the needs of a broader neighborhood, and I guess we are talking about in terms of a city, or in terms of a neighborhood park, that it is an area much larger than just the immediate houses around it. But we obviously need to be very sensitive to the changes that we would be putting into motion with this. It comes to mind that, Councilmember Beaton mentioned earlier, Putnam Park, that has a state natural area designation that is really significant, that and specifically doesn't use the term park because it's about preserving, spaces. In some cases, they do have like unimproved trails and some unpaved roads, but I think the city could start thinking about, maybe it's some language that we use, but maybe it's a whole designation that we use that is different to describe certain parks or certain parts of parks or certain areas we really do not intend to have become parks, but rather be as natural as possible and perhaps be conserved as much as possible. And maybe creating some sort of city natural area designation of sorts. So this kind of opens up that conversation, I think, and about more than just this piece of land that is in question tonight. I also think it's important that we purchase this land, so that doesn't become developed, and I know that there has been some interest in that in the past. So I think it is a well-worded amendment to re-emphasize our commitment to immediate neighbors as well as the neighbors that live beyond the boundaries of this land that we're talking about. So, and then speaking specifically to some of the issues that we've run into in terms of removal in the past of some of the natural forests in this area, particularly with the bike trail, I wonder if there's ways for us to not clear as many trees from the edge of a new trail, and it could have to do with the utilities and drainage issues surrounding that, but that's something that I think we should really focus on with this project, is that the trail could have less of a impact potentially to the trees if we're careful about it. So just wanted to speak in support and say a lot of other things too.
Thank you, Councilmember Greigert. Further comments or thoughts, suggestions before we vote? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton. Aye. Berge. Aye. Christofferson.
Aye.
Emmanuel. Aye. Greigert.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson. Aye.
And that amendment passes. Then back to item number 19 on the table. Any further comments, discussion, ideas before we vote? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Berge. Aye. Christofferson. Aye. Emmanuel. Aye. Greigert.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson. Aye. Beaton.
Aye.
That item passes. We move then to the first item on our business agenda. This is regarding street improvements. This is a final resolution which will approve the project and levying assessments, special assessments for street utility and sidewalk improvements on the following streets: Grant Avenue from Ellis Street to State Street, Lincoln Avenue from State Street to Wilson Ave, East Lake Street from South Farwell to South Dewey, Spring Street, that's from Summit to the north end, Dorette Road, West Frank Street to Culp Road, James Street between 9th and 11th, Water Street from 1st Ave to 2nd Ave, and Water Street 6th Ave to 9th Ave, and lastly, East Riverview Drive, which is from Airport Road to 2,700 feet west. We had a presentation last evening on this from Mr. Solberg. Are there any questions that council members have on any of these streets just mentioned in this item? Any follow-up questions? Councilmember Beaton?
Thank you.
Is this for Mr. Solberg?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Could be. Yeah, just wait there for a second. So I had a question about Dorrit Road and the regarding the business owner that we heard from. It seems that there's a real issue with snow removal on that property, and so I'm feeling a little conflicted between a real issue with snow removal and our value that we have in the city with sidewalks and connectivity.
So, Councilmember Beaton, if I could just interject, I believe that the sidewalk portion of this will be brought up at the next
Okay.
item specifically. So I think if we hold off on that, and I know that I believe Councilmember Emmanuel also has an amendment she's making as well. So if we could hold off on that question till the next item. Are there any other questions regarding the street improvements on the streets listed in this item? Councilmember Gregor. Is this
Thank
for-
you.
Is this for Mr.
Yes,
Silver?
yeah. Thank you, Mr. Solberg. I guess I wanted to focus on Water Street for a little bit here. Obviously, this is not a full reconstruction, it's a mill and fill project, so there's a lot of limitations on what we can do. But I guess I wanted to zero in on the intersection of 7th and Water Street a little bit. I know that there's been some pedestrian and vehicle crashes at that intersection over the years, and lighting is a part of this, which I really appreciate, because I think beyond the lighting being a challenge at that intersection and the other intersections, there is interest in the neighborhood for more lighting. But I was kind of wondering, given the limitations of this project, what we could do in addition to lighting to improve the pedestrian safety at that intersection and maybe other intersections along Water Street. And then also, I understand that it's also a safe routes to school, a route to Lake Shore, so maybe there's a way to have that be a factor too.
Well, the project as proposed is a mill and fill, so the physical dimensions of the street weren't being proposed to be changed. So we are proposing lighting, which is a safety improvement that you had mentioned. The crosswalk will be restriped with new crosswalk symbols on it. It'll be the black instead of the lines, because there isn't a stop control at that location. Additional improvements that could be made within the scope of the project would be some additional signage in response to that, some static signage for that location. Again, there, it's a fairly small dollar amount project. If you were to get into more extensive improvements, you're talking about changing the curb line, having bump outs, restricting parking, shortening your crossing distance where you remove curb and gutter. Those improvements weren't part of the scope of this. This was to extend the pavement life. Those would be improvements that could be looked at when we know more about the Sonotag Center and any kind of changing traffic patterns going down Water Street. We also get a request to look at extending like our bike lanes on the other section when the time comes to do a more involved project with it. So I mean, there are going to be other projects on Water Street responding to other situations that a physical change could be incorporated at that point.
And if I have a follow-up to that?
Sure.
I guess one thing that comes to mind that I'm not sure how this would be paid for, if it could be part of the project, but there are the yield to pedestrian signs that go in a median and are sometimes removed by a neighbor or a business during like winter or during certain times of the day or night. Do you foresee like being able to do some outreach to see if there would be interest in that area?
Like the yield to pedestrians that
Yeah.
are in the boulevard area?
I guess they're in the crosswalk in pretty much the middle of the road.
Okay, we do have some there around the library, around the YMCA, where the paddles were installed in the pavement. Those are an option that could be considered at that location. Wintertime, obviously, they come out because of plowing operations. They would be problematic. Those locations are typically more used in the summertime. That would be an option that could be considered right there. I guess so. Yeah, as far as something on the boulevard where a neighbor would be placing a sign out with the person holding that looks like a bike flag almost. That isn't something we typically include with our projects. They're not MUTCD approved signage. They do provide some unofficial help, but it's not something that we reach out to the property owners for those.
Okay. You think there would be money in the budget to to pay for one that would go in the crosswalk that the city would install?
Well, I mean, we would have to look at our budgets. They're not terribly expensive. What the issue is, you know, for establishing a methodology and a criteria, where do we put those in? Where do we put additional maintenance requests for because our community services folks will have to come out and put it in if the receptacle. So it's not each one is an individual budget breaker, but if you have a number of them, they add up, and then there's, you know, it's the precedent setting for that. That's why when we engage in new treatments like the rapid rectangular flashing beacons, we try to have an established methodology. Why do we put it there? You know, if there's safety concerns, if there's crashes at the locations, we put those in, so we can have a program and a more systematic solution to install those, I guess. So.
Okay. I guess they could go along with the crosswalk policy that is being developed right now too.
That's in the works. It hasn't been finalized, but again, you know, crosswalks are, a single crosswalk is, you know, around $1,000, you know, one or two, but when you get 50 or 100 additional, that's ends up being like a block worth of pavement, which is what we try to balance, you know, the best use of our money for, the most bang for your buck. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Mr. Solberg. Any other questions on these streets? Water Street or any others? Seeing none, then on a motion by Councilmember Weld, seconded by Councilmember Beaton, item number 25 has been moved. Is there discussion on this item before we vote? Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President. Just so I make sure I'm minding my legislative manners, my amendment is going to be in regards to a sidewalk deferral, and I would just make that during item number 26. Is this correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments, concerns? Councilmember Beaton?
Mr. Solberg is making some faces. I'm wondering what he has to say.
Sure. Mr. Solberg?
So the resolution with item 25 includes installing sidewalk where sidewalk doesn't exist currently.
Oh, okay.
The 26 is a resolution that ordering sidewalk to be repaired, which there are state standards or state statutes that give the property owner specific rights.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be, my opinion, it would be appropriate if that amendment were to go forward to amend the resolution for 25.
Okay. Thank you. Then I will call on Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Orthman. I'm wondering if I can ask for maybe a 3-minute recess, and I can put my head together with the city manager and city engineer. I think we just have a slight communication gap. The resolution that I was emailed is different than the amendment that I was emailed is different than what's on the paper on my desk. So I just want to clarify something. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you very
we'll
much.
recess for 3 minutes then if there's no objection. Calling the meeting back to order. Thank you all. I will call on Councilmember Emanuel. Maybe you've got some clarity now, having worked on it for a little over 3 minutes.
What is time?
Councilmember?
Thank you so much, Acting President Worthman. I do have a motion that I'd like to make, and I'll state my motion, seek a seconder, and then I can be prepared to share more if I have a seconder.
Okay.
So this will be a motion to amend the resolution regarding agenda item number 25. Actually, we need to change that. In order to defer sidewalk on the east side of Dorrit Road from West Frank Street to Coleup Road, as it would not serve the public interest, safety, or convenience.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second.
Thank you so much. May I speak to this?
Certainly.
Okay, so we have a couple things that we're working through. I'm a teacher at heart, so we get to learn. This is cool. So when we were working on this today, I think we're just getting a little bit of clarification around really two parts of this. So in this motion, if we're going to defer this, we have to have an action statement. So the first part is the action statement. And it also has to state why we would be deferring it. So at first, we're going to cross it out, and then we have to let that language stay. So we've got the action statement to defer. We have a reason why that's stated in there. And then if this gets adopted, then in your packets, under number 8 on page 104, it would then read, number 9 would be added. And, oh boy, we might have to ask for more clarification. I really might need to ask for more clarification. Let me just state this and let me ask for clarification. Number 9 would be added that the construction of sidewalk would be deferred along the east side of Dorrit Road, West Frank to Coleup Street, and such deferral does not constitute a permanent waiver of sidewalk construction, and the city council may review and reconsider the need for construction at any time. And so that part then becomes the rationale in there. Now, if the chair may allow me to ask for some further clarification.
Sure.
I guess I need to just clarify if this number, as we had it drafted, was on number 26, and I see that we're probably needing to add it to number 25, in which I'm not sure if it fits on number 25 on page 99, and or if we need to add this language to further, yeah, I guess if it's 29, excuse me, I said 104 before, but 99, yep. And or, well, let's just take up page 99, item number 25 for right now, and then if that seems accurate to our city attorney or city engineer, and then we can cross the bridge if we need to add anything for number 26.
Okay. I'll call on our city attorney. Nick?
Right, we're on item 25, and I think it is properly made on 25. It's a tricky one. It comes up from time to time because you see that second item as, as acting Council President Worthman did, where the next one looks like sidewalk too, but that's new sidewalk, so we're ordering new sidewalks. So your first item on street projects is always the construction and the design of streets, which is inclusive of new sidewalk. So the issue that got raised last evening by a member, the public, the business owner, Aaron, that was concerned about the sidewalk in Dorrit is in item 25. You don't need to worry about 26 because that's new sidewalk. And really just a motion that simply says either now or in the future that says you wish to defer, and then just invoke one of your ordinance reasons, such as sidewalks not in the public interest, or you can't put it in for topographical reasons, or one of the other reasons here, you've stated a reason of public interest, and that's all you need to do. So,
okay.
Check.
Thank you, City Attorney Nick. Do you wish to continue on this? Okay, Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. And before we get to the merit of this, I want to thank our staff just for the grace and just working this out. And I think it's okay that we have a few bumps and warts along the road, and the important thing is that we work together. So I just want to say thank you very much for the nimbleness and their support for that. So I'll speak to why I'm bringing this forth. As I was really moved by the testimony of the citizen who shared last night. My voting record shows that I love sidewalks. I think we need to have them on a consistent basis, and yet it's important that we lead with the heart and understand that there are always exceptions to the rules. And I think this business owner made a compelling case for really, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to have that sidewalk there. And just right across the street, there certainly is a connectivity there. And as this states, we're in no way binding future action that could happen. Maybe it'll make sense in the future to put some sidewalk there. So I think for right now, this is a good approach and a good response to best serve our community.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further comments on this motion to amend? Okay, I'm going to seek a mover and a seconder on this item. Councilmember Graggart and Councilmember Berge. Is that okay? Yeah, because she moved it and I seconded it. Yeah, my apologies. Councilmember Beaton, was it? Did you ask for a speaking turn? Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I guess I would like to go back to my previous question that started to make. That's all right. I'm still appreciate the offer of the amendment. I am still feeling a little conflicted. I do think that while the testimony last night was really compelling, the connectivity of our streets broadly is still in value with the public, and so I am feeling a little conflicted still and wondering if there's any insight that the staff has for some other options for snow removal. It sounds like from last night there was a solution that had been used for many years before, just a couple years ago, where the property owner had been moving the snow from his side of the street to the other side of the street. And I guess first I'm wondering any thoughts that the staff had about that old method of snow removal, and if there's any other options that the staff sees as a potential to be able to have both snow removal happening and our connectivity and our sidewalks. So,
City Manager Peters.
Maybe others can jump in if needed. So we have rules about snow, and pushing snow out into the street or certainly moving it across the street is something that's prohibited, and particularly to move it across the street to then public land. So you have just the basic rules of you should be taking care of the snow on your own property and not moving it to somebody else's property. Furthering that, though, was the environmental issues that are related to stormwater, and so to the extent that they were moving it over to, is it the stormwater retention area, Jeff, where this was being moved to? I believe it was. Is an environmental issue for us in terms of the fact that the snow has contaminants in it, and we want to keep that on the property. So property owners are expected to be able to reserve enough space on their property to store the snow, even when we have excessive amounts of snow. In this case, that property has, it's significant development on that property, and there's not a whole lot of space. And so, but there is an expectation that people either, store the snow on site or make arrangements to move it off site. Is
that helpful, Councilmember?
So just to follow up, there's really no other sort of path forward the staff sees as a solution.
Think of it. I'm looking at other staff in the room, but no.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Did you want to add further? Did you want to add a further comment to the question on this amendment?
No.
Okay. Do other council members wish to speak on the amendment being offered by Councilmember Emanuel? Councilmember Graggart.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. And I guess I was wondering if we could get on the overhead the design that's in front of us for the road, and if it can get down to the details showing exactly sidewalk location and then any of the curb cuts that are there that maybe lead to the sidewalk on the west side.
So if we could zoom out a little bit. Yes, please. So at current, here's Frank Street, and Frank Street has a similar cross-section to what Dorrit Street has currently. So the project proposes to start construction here with sidewalk and extend it to the west, or to the north rather. And then when Frank Street is brought into the program, then the sidewalk would be continued around the radiuses, and then there would be the our ADA compliant ramps at this location. The other end of Dorrit, where it joins Colip Road, is a similar situation with that. So the sidewalk is continuous along, but there aren't mid-block crossings of Dorrit Road, but for Moholt here we do cross. And this is where the buses come.
Okay. I guess it seems like it would be valuable to have a crossing or a curb cut to be able to cross Dorrit Road at Moholt on either side. That's part of this.
That would be something that we could include if the council desires.
Because I guess leading to my comments, so thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Solberg. I think that a sidewalk on the east side can do more than just provide a sidewalk on the east side. It can help with crossing Dorrit Road, at least at Moholt. It sounds like we're not going all the way to the streets on either end, so it's maybe not as helpful as it could be because of that. But I guess one other factor that is compelling me to feel like a sidewalk would be necessary on the east side is that there seems to be a decent amount of on-street parking that occurs on the east side of Dorrit. And looking on Google, I guess the aerial views, the satellite views, I guess I didn't look at what year it's from, but there were 7 cars parked on the east side and 2 boats parked on the east side. So I guess this may be a question for Mr. Solberg as well. Is there a kind of a best practice if there tends to be on-street parking that proliferates on a street? Is it best practice to have a sidewalk to go along with that?
We generally lean towards recommending a sidewalk regardless, if it meets our connectivity goals and so forth. The street cross section here, we're proposing 32 feet, and that was taken into consideration with the residential use on the opposite side of the street, assuming that there would be more on-street parkers and it being in a bus route. So that's why we did propose the 32 feet to give a little extra room over like a 30 foot we could get away with. So yeah, I mean, if you are having parkers or users of the street park here and they're going to visit a property on this side, they could traverse along the sidewalk instead of crossing in the street from their car. So it would serve that purpose for those parkers.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I think that essentially is one of my reasons for wanting to support a sidewalk. So,
thank you, Councilmember Krager. Thank you, Mr. Solberg. Councilmember Beaton, did you have a question for Mr. Solberg?
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you. In terms of the construction of the street, do you think that there might be an option to narrow the street and bring the sidewalk closer to the street in order to, or even along the street to be able to retain some of that snow storage space?
I wouldn't recommend narrowing the street, but it certainly would be possible to have the sidewalk along the back of curb. That's something that we do frequently in neighborhoods where we have tighter right-of-way than we have here. When we do have sidewalk along the back of curb, the policy is to have 6 feet of sidewalk rather than 5, but it does work. The feedback that we have is, on the one hand, it's better because you have more yard space or perceived yard space, even though it's right-of-way. It would be, more room for snow in this location. On the other hand, sidewalk along the back of curb gets heavily plowed in, and it's a lot harder to remove that for the property owner. It's still their responsibility as opposed to the city. So there's pluses or minuses for both options for that. We usually see it where there is more of a right-of-way constraint in some of our older neighborhoods where people like to keep that sidewalk closer to the street instead of having it more perceived in their lawn area and closer to their house. But that is something that we do work with property owners, and if it is located along the back of curb, we try to make them aware of what, you know, the potential drawbacks would be for that.
Do I have a follow-up?
Sure. Follow-up question?
Yeah.
Sure.
And then last night, the property owner had said that he hadn't been noticed very early. Do you think that do you think it would be worth having been in the conversations that you may have been in with the property owner? Do you think it would be advantageous to hold off and talk more about this?
Well, the official notice for this property gets sent to the property owner of the lot. In this case, it was a trust. The trustee that owns this lot was out of state on vacation, had their mail stopped, and did not forward it with the resident that was here last night. We had no way of knowing that mail was not being forwarded from the owner to the constituent. Really, there are three options that I see. Approve the project as proposed, approve the project with the sidewalk along back of curb, or approve the project with a sidewalk deferral on that side. And I don't see what an additional 2-week delay with the property owner. It was my interpretation that their feedback was pretty clear that they are not in favor of any sidewalk on that location for it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilmember Weld?
Thank you, Acting President. Maybe you mentioned this last night. Will there be trees planted? Is that part of in the boulevard, or is that part of the plan? Or?
We work with all adjacent property owners in our forestry division. So I guess we haven't gotten to that level of specifics yet. But if trees are desired, when our engineering technicians are out there, we work to have them planted with a project. If people don't want trees, we don't plant trees there. It doesn't change their special assessment whether a boulevard tree is planted or not in there. So it certainly would be a possibility if we were approached for that with it.
It'd be up to the owner, though?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Our City Manager Peters wanted to add to that as well.
Perhaps Mr. Solberg could clarify, but you offered 3 options, but there could be a hybrid that would be, if it's the policy decision of the council to order the sidewalk, that it could be placed, not specifically tonight, but it basically could be placed through conversation with the property owner, whether they preferred it to be back of curb or with the space there. So,
thank you. Further comments or questions? Councilmember Christopherson?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Mr. Solberg, is there a precedent for this deferral because of snow removal? I believe there has been a deferral previously.
There has been in the past when, in the past 5 years that I've been here, there have been few sidewalk deferrals, but there have been deferrals in the past where residents have come up and expressed concern with the particularly maybe mobility, people experiencing physical limitations for removing the snow, and then the financial hardship of hiring a service to come and remove the snow. And there was an instance where there was a similar situation brought by a property owner that was an area that they had pushed snow, and there was a sidewalk on the other side of the street for that, and it was deferred until a point in the future there.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Solberg? If not, thank you, Mr. Solberg, for helping to answer those questions. We'll open it back up to discussions, conversation on the amendment as proposed by Councilmember Emanuel. Seeing no further comment, then we will call a vote on this amendment. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Christopherson?
Aye.
Emanuel?
Aye.
Braggart?
No.
Weld?
No.
Worthman?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
No.
Berge?
Aye.
And it passes on a 5-3 vote. Move back to the item number 25 as amended. Is there further discussion on this item? Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President. Of course, I want this item to pass. I guess I have a learning opportunity for myself. Why don't we need a 6-4 vote versus a 5-3?
I'll defer to our city attorney on that.
It's because it's a parliamentary vote, so you will on the next vote. So if it's the same 5-3 vote, resolutions, ordinances, your final action by state law needs 6. But your parliamentary motions, moving to amend, moving to adjourn, things like that, don't apply to that. So this internal amendment passes because it's not the final action, but the final action will need 6.
Thank you. Do council members have further comments about this list of streets in item number 25 or further amendments? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Weld.
Just so I understand, can we pull this one out of, are we voting on all of them on their list right now? Is that what you're proposing?
Yes, as it is right now, we're voting on the entire set. Are you expressing an interest to pull Durrett Road separately?
No, I was just looking for clarification.
Okay. Councilmember Beaton, did you want to add something? Okay. Councilmember Graggart?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and I do plan on supporting all of these road projects, and I did want to express appreciation for the flexibility given in the last amendment that allowed for a sidewalk in the future on Dora Road, and certainly as that area a lot of those other streets do not have sidewalks, and a lot of those streets have not been redone for quite a while. So I think we'll be able to figure it out, and this will buy some time for the property owners along that east end of Dora Road to be able to prepare for a sidewalk, because I think it probably will be coming. So
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Berge, did you want to add something as well? Okay, my apologies. I saw your hand. Any other comments on this set of streets? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Aye.
Gragert.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
And that item passes. We move to our next item on our business agenda, which is item 26, regarding the resolutions ordering sidewalks to be repaired in accordance with Wisconsin Statute 660907 on the following streets: Grant Avenue, Lincoln Avenue, East Lake Street, Spring Street, Durrett Road, James Street, Water Street, and Water Street. The last one is Water Street from 1st Ave to 2nd, and Water Street from 6th to 9th. Do council members have any questions on this set of sidewalks to be repaired? Any questions on this? Seeing none, then on a motion, we're at council member, would be Christopherson, and seconded by council member Anderson, if that's okay. This item has been moved. Is there discussion? Any discussion on this sidewalks? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gragert.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
That item passes. We move to item 27 on our agenda this evening. This item is regarding property transactions. The first one is resolution granting permanent encroachment to Royal Construction for temporary closure of Emery Street, South Barstow Street, Farwell Street, the north sidewalk and existing street width for construction staging and safety related to the proposed redevelopment. Mr. Solberg has details.
So what this resolution grants is it's called a permanent encroachment, but it is to last for a term of 12 months or building occupancy, whichever occurs first. We grant encroachments for construction projects, various reasons as a staff, fairly frequently throughout the year. We can grant a 90-day encroachment. Since this requested encroachment would support the construction of Wilson Square development and it exceeds the 90-day authority that we have as staff, requires council action. And what it was requested was to close all of Emery Street, the sidewalk along Farwell Street, partial sidewalk along Barstow Street, and along Seaver Street. The sidewalk in Wilson Park would remain open. The requestor would be responsible for signing a sidewalk detour to safely allow pedestrians around the work area. This proposed permanent resolution also has a condition of having a building permit issued. Like I had mentioned, it does terminate upon the building occupancy or 12 months, whichever occurs first. And it requires the removal of the encroachment and the restoration of the right-of-way within 10 days of receiving notice at the encroachment holder's expense. And there are insurance and indemnification requirements that are required with this. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Solberg. Are there questions from council members regarding the encroachment just discussed? Councilmember Christopherson.
Acting President Worthman, Mr. Solberg, does this is going to decrease the driving width on Farwell, is that correct?
It is just the sidewalk closure. It's not
So when
into
they
the
close the
street.
sidewalk, don't they have to divert?
They can put their safety fence, especially on Farwell, since there isn't parking lanes, they would put their safety fence about the back of the curb on there, just to keep people out of the work zone. When we have it in downtown areas where there's parking, it's frequently occurred to see the encroachment out into the street, into the parking lanes for that. But this, there isn't parking in Farwell, so it would remain out of the street.
I'm feeling a little less than brilliant. So if they're not able to use the sidewalk, is that correct?
Correct.
So that fencing will be along the curb,
Correct.
and then persons that may want to use, would have been using the sidewalk, where do they go?
They would be, we would have a detour signed, like frequently happens down. So just like a vehicular
Okay, I understand.
detour, we would have a
Thank you.
pedestrian grade,
Yeah.
and they would use, it would
Thank you.
provide,
Yeah, it would be, don't walk there, Jill, right?
with
Yeah.
arrows, with wayfinding, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, Councilmember Gregor.
Yeah, thank you, Acting President Worthman. Mr. Solberg, I had a question about, yes, a similar question to what Councilmember Christopherson brought up, but rather about Barstow Street and how tends to be a bit more pedestrian traffic there, and there is on-street parking allowed adjacent to the sidewalk on the east side. So is there going to be a plan to not allow parking on that stretch?
This encroachment doesn't provide for that, but it is something, if the property owner were to request of our office, we would consider that in conjunction with the project. Oftentimes those parking spaces are used for dumpsters on a temporary, 90-day or less basis for that. For the closures, that would be longer than 90 days. It involves the sidewalks and then the full street on Emery Street.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the encroachment? I see none. Thank you, Mr. Solberg. Then on a motion by Councilmember Emmanuel, seconded by Councilmember Weld, the item number 27 on our agendas has been moved. Is there discussion, amendments, thoughts? I see none. Then we will call a vote. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Weld,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Wheaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregert.
Aye.
That passes. We move to item 28. This resolution would declare land 100 at 100 North Farwell Street, the railroad lot, parcel number 08-0007 excess land and not required for public use. Ms. Basom is here this evening to share the details. Good evening.
Before you tonight is a resolution that would declare 100 North Farwell Street or the railroad lot as excess land and not needed for public use. City staff have received several inquiries regarding the potential sale of the property from future developers. The parcel of land is located on the north side of the Eau Claire River, west of North Barstow Street and east of North Farwell Street. Staff have reviewed the request and determined that the property is more valuable as a redeveloped site than as a parking lot. The portion of the property used for the recreational trail would be retained. We would not sell that portion of the land. The Waterways and Parks Commission reviewed this request at their January 23rd meeting, and the motion to recommend declaring the land excess failed 7-1. Some of their concerns were related to that there is currently multiple redevelopment opportunities occurring in that area. They had questions related to the location of the food trucks in the summer. They were inquiring about the parking study that's planned for 2019 and the convenience of the trail where it's currently located and with the parking there. Staff have reviewed those requests or those concerns, and to follow up on some of those items, the food truck locations would be reviewed with any future development that would be proposed. The parking study is going to be completed here in the early fall. It's being sent out currently now for RFPs. Any future RFPs or requests for proposals would have a request to include self-supporting parking with those developments. And with that, the Plan Commission reviewed those requests and those concerns, and they did approve the motion to declare the land excess land at their February 4th meeting. Are there any questions?
I'm guessing there will be questions, and thank you again, Ms. Basom. Questions from council on this item on the excess land? No, and, oh, sorry, Councilmember Emanuel.
That's okay. Thank you, Acting President Orthman. I don't have a question for you, but I would be really interested in hearing from our council colleagues when you feel it's appropriate time, just given that we have representation on Waterways and the Plan Commission, just to hear perhaps some perspective about those conversations. I would really appreciate that.
Okay. I'm not entirely sure when that's most appropriate, but we should do it in a question period, but my sense is maybe we ought to move it first and then open up the questions for colleagues. So are there any additional questions for Ms. Basom about the process and this parcel specifically? I don't see any. Thank you again for the presentation and your work on this. Then on a motion by Councilmember Beaton, is that okay? Councilmember Graggart seconding. This item number 28, declaration declaring excess land has been moved. Would you like to go first, Councilmember Emanuel?
Thank you, Acting President Orthman. I did note that Waterways did not support this, and I was able to review a draft of the minutes, and that was very helpful for me. And I think it would be, I just would open up the invitation for other colleagues who serve on Waterways or Plan Commission who might have anything to help round out our deliberation.
Councilmember Beaton, do you want to
sure.
go first?
So I had sat in on the Waterways and Parks Commission meeting in this 7-1 vote that failed here for this sale of this property. There was a lot of concern. I think the biggest concern was over parking downtown. That there was already not enough parking, and to give up another set of parking lot wasn't the smart thing to do here. There was some conversation whether that commission should be considering parking as it relates to our waterways and parks. There was also some concern over some other open space in downtown that we've known from staff now that is already planned for development, and so this would be one of the last remaining development properties in downtown. I was going to say one other thing. I'm trying to remember. I think that there was not a very, in the meeting, my sense was there wasn't a very, like none of us really had a very well-formed idea of like what could be there. So I think that there was a sense that we were giving up a lot for no real vision of like what we would be getting in return. And so that's the kind of the impression I got during the meeting.
That's
Does that help? Okay.
Thank you. Do other council members, Councilmember Weld?
In regards to the Plan Commission, there really wasn't much discussion. There was just a few questions or clarifications on any proposals and, what has been discussed as far as those that have interest in that property, but really there isn't, anything that we have on record, obviously. And then there was just clarification or discussion in regards to the results of the Waterways and Parks Commission. But other than that, I believe it was a unanimous vote and not much conversation.
Thank you. Councilmember Greger?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I was not at Plan Commission, but I did review both of the videos, I guess, through the efforts of Valley Media Works to be able to kind of get a sense of what happened at both the Waterways and Parks and Plan Commission. And I do think it is significant that there was such a difference in terms of the outcome of those votes. So it gives me some pause about this for sure. But I'm not sure if I should go into my opinions right now. Conclusions and stuff.
Sure. No, yeah, because we opened it up. We moved it.
Yeah, and I guess there are a lot of, I did receive some correspondence from at least one Waterways and Parks Commission member who was quite vocal during the meeting. That there's just a lot of things that we should really be considering with this. There's the parking study was one thing that was brought up, which I imagine would probably be completed before any decision by the city would be made about sale. But the big discussion at Waterways was about parking, and which is a little surprising because it's Waterways and Parks Commission, and there is obviously it is obviously true that any parking lot is a potential park, and it's also true that any park is a potential parking lot, and we've seen what I would consider an unfortunate amount of encroachment of automobile parking into our parks and into our waterways, or close to our waterways, not exactly into them. And there is so it truly is not the best use for this space to have an on-street or a service parking lot. But there may be other public uses that would be more of interest to the public, and frankly we haven't heard a lot from the public on this, and maybe there's not a lot of awareness of what is being proposed here, but it just kind of makes me feel like maybe we could use some more time. And another concern was that there's a lot of other development that's occurring in the area, but ultimately it's our choice as a council who we sell it to, and if we sell it yet, even after this vote. So overall I think it is something that we should be doing something different with. And we have already toyed with that idea. We had this location included in the transit center study, and it was ranked really highly as a development opportunity for a multi-use space for transit as well as for development. So we've already had it on the table, and so it's not necessarily a surprise, but I guess this is our decision point about whether to keep moving forward with doing something different and putting it, frankly, into private hands rather than public hands, and maybe having less control. And I guess another point is that we've done a great job, and our staff has really been appropriately going after different properties that we could acquire along waterfronts to build trails or park space or things like that. And this seems, it has a balance of that in the sense that a good chunk of the property is still in public hands, and we'll retain trail access so someone could walk from Barstow Street or Farwell Street down to the trail still, even if this property is declared excess and sold. So I guess I'm kind of in this in-between spot where I'm glad that we own it right now so we can have more control, but do we want to sell it as quickly as we seem to have in front of us? So
Thank you for those
thank you.
comments, Councilmember Greiger. Further, Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I would support moving this into a category of excess land. The two thoughts that weighed for me is as we've begun to develop the downtown, focusing on the asset of the river, that what we would not want to do is to develop with our back to the river or private use or ownership of that stretch. And I think that our awareness is heightened, and even as this is brought forward, we're looking at the public having that space that's right on the river, so that the public use, or the greatest advantage of that, is preserved for the public. I noticed when I watched the Plan Commission meeting that there was some discussion about the Food Truck Friday and how successful that was, and needing to preserve that, and whether or not it's the public's role to preserve, private business. And I guess the only thing that I would say about that was I had been downtown a couple of Fridays, and having that carnival atmosphere in a parking lot made the traffic on both of the boundary streets a little erratic and almost scary. I mean, where people would be parking and running across the street to go to the, so I'm thinking that if it was thoughtful development, would be really a beautiful addition to downtown. And of course, we're financially wanting to see the tax base rise. So I think that this is an excellent place to look for something that was perfectly suited for that area.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I agree with Councilmember Greiger. I feel that I would like a little bit more time to consider this, especially given that there were such diametrically opposed evaluations of this idea from two different committees. It makes me think that more conversation might be helpful. One just question that I have is there a way, perhaps legally, as we think about the possibility of selling this property, if we could tie that to some of our affordable housing goals, or make some sort of a statement that this could be purchased on the condition of a certain percentage of affordable housing units. Is that within the realm of possibility in terms of process?
Might have to get back to you on that, unless City Attorney Nick, would you?
Those are things we can work on, but they come later. So right now, it's the preliminary step of whether you're interested in possibly selling, whether you're interested in possibly developing it. So we can go out for RFPs, requests for proposals, to see what options might be out there, whether there is even a proposal for a residential construction, although frankly we know we already have one. We already had a party interested in a mixed-use development, which would have had upper floor residential. But those sort of specifics of what you do there, or I saw other questions that had come in of what kind of access might it still have, things like that. We can only get to that point, or even like today, like Councilmember Beaton said, well, we don't know exactly what we're comparing this against. Well, we don't go out as staff and market property unless and until you tell us that it's marketable property. Otherwise, it's just land we're holding. So if you want more of those specifics, basically, you have to move past this step. And then we can start figuring out exactly what are the highest priorities and how we'd rank an RFP on desirable private development on that site.
Thank you.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Orthman. This will be a question around parking, so whoever would like to get ready for that. So it seems that there's a little bit of consternation around potentially developing on here when we have not completed, the city has not completed the parking study. And so, of course, items like this don't move terribly fast, so we still might have an entire summer or 2 summers before something would happen. I'm wondering about the implication if council were to declare this land as access tonight. What type of implication does that have for the parking study? And does it eradicate the possibility for people to park here?
I believe that's for Mr. Solberg.
The parking study is going to look at a number of things in downtown. One of those is going to revisit the demand in downtown, where our parking assets are, whether they're ramps, whether they're surface lots, the appropriateness, the sizing of those, where they should be located. When that parking study starts working this spring and summer, they'll be reaching out to businesses, and this being declared excess right-of-way at this point in time wouldn't change the use of it until there was a proposal or it was determined to be sold. So it still would remain a parking lot. And like Ms. Basin had mentioned, it likely will determine if you're having development in this area, should these developments have self-park and have additional parking so they're completely self-contained? Should additional parking be accommodated in the North Barstow ramp? And how the different lots around town or around the downtown area relate to each other? So it is a parking lot that the parking study will be looking at just how it blends in with future development coming forward. And a determination will be anticipated to say, all right, well, you know, if you redevelop this site, this is where you would provide parking within the framework of our ordinances of 500 feet or 800 feet. You could expand this lot here. You could go vertical with this lot. You could shift permits around. The North Barstow ramp and the Gibson Street ramp are close enough that we have permits that are in the North Barstow ramp currently for the Haymarket Landing building that could shift back over to the Gibson ramp. And then, you know, if this was not a parking lot in the future, the parkers that would be in here currently could go into the North Barstow ramp. So the parking study will look at it, but I don't know that they're tied to each other. The parking study will give us strategies and how to deal with these and options on, you know, the first one centered around, you know, walking. If you're willing to walk a few extra blocks, you'll have free parking. This one won't be I wouldn't anticipate it's a prescriptive. It will be giving options that you should consider doing this, or if this is gone, this is how you would replace it, or you keep it the way it is. So I don't know if that helps or.
Certainly. City Manager Peters would like to add?
Maybe if I could just add to that. The parking study, certainly if this is deemed to be excess property, then the study would, you know, would go forward with the idea that parking is not available. And I think certainly our expectation would be that the development would have its own parking. So to the extent that the development increases the parking demand, that development would take care of its own property, but that still takes offline the parking that's there now for other things. If you don't determine this to be excess property, I think with the study, we would still ask the study to take a look at this and say, well, what happens if this is developed, right? And or when this is developed someday, well, how would that play into it? So, you know, the study can do what ifs and look at different possibilities. So in terms of timing, you know, we had active there are people actively interested in developing this property, and we saw that when we were, looking at the Block 7. So I don't know that it would be I just want to be very clear. If you did determine this to be excess, I mean, it's possible that the timing, at least in terms of discussions about it, could be very parallel to when the parking study is being done. And the parking study will react to the status that we have, and so if it's excess, then the parking study will take that into account. If it's not determined to be excess, then it's obviously a lot. It's still a lot, but would probably consider what would happen if it is developed in the future.
Thank you, City Manager Peters. Does that help answer your questions, Councilmember?
Thank you very
Manuel? Councilmember Weld?
Thank you, Acting President. I guess I'm also in favor of declaring this as excess land. Obviously, I was one of those that voted at the Plan Commission. I think it's been our goal for these last 10 years to remove parking lots from the river and try and implement the idea of building up and around it, and I think we've done a really good job with that so far, and also still being mindful of green space and making sure that we do have still plenty of that to meet the needs and demands of the community. I think by declaring it excess land, at least it allows us to explore the opportunities of what can be done with this lot. And it can go as fast as we want it to go. And if we're not ready to make some decisions in a year, or we still feel like we want to, give it some thought and make sure we're making the right decision, then obviously we can keep pushing that out. So, but we can't do any of that planning or hearing any of these proposals until we do release this land and make it available to hear what they say. And I support the Waterways and Parks recommendation, or not recommending it, and their concerns, but I think that the parking question will be answered both through the study and then also with development. There will be expectations and demands for whoever the developer is, if that's the route we go, to meet those parking requirements. And so I think we'll work that, and there may be some advantage of us working together with Block 7 from a city side, from the infrastructure side, if we were to do, these two areas at the same time, or at least be able to plan, it might have a savings for us as a city in the future. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. Councilmember Beaton?
I have a quick question for city staff. Would this, any RFP on this property go before Waterways and Parks Commission or approval before it came to us?
City Attorney Nick?
Thanks. I don't have the language of their purview right in front of me, but they typically review by ordinance developments that are adjoining or impacting a park. So if, again, you'd approve this today and now there's a private development, it's right on the doorstep. It's abutting that. So I think it would be best to send it back to them, right?
Okay.
And if I could just one more time, again, that's sort of when you get to that more granular level, right? Then you have a proposal, you have a development agreement, you have a site plan, because you just look just to the west of there, we had all sorts of very, interesting, exciting discussions with RCU of how to integrate a private development with a public space, and it's worked great. So, and now, JAMP's just to the north of that. So we figured out ways to get public easements, things like that. So even though you have a strip of land there that would be retained, you could still have discussions further out that Waterways and Parks would be integral to of, how can we make sure those spaces mesh well together.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Could I add some comments?
Sure.
Thank you. I've also been kind of struggling with this one too after the Waterways and Parks Commission vote and then the Plan Commission vote, and I'm getting some more clarity from you all as we kind of discuss this, so thank you. I think that my sense in the Waterways meeting and just personally is that though there wasn't necessarily a clear vision because we don't of what this could be because we just don't have one as a city, there wasn't a really, and there was all some concern over parking. I don't think that there was a strong like a strong passion for like a parking lot being the best use of this property, and I think that I guess I'll only speak for myself. I feel that a parking lot is not the best use for this property, and I don't know, depending on what sort of proposals we get, I don't know what is going to be worth losing all that parking and losing ownership of that land and what won't be worth that. But ultimately, we'll have that decision later. And it sounds like the Waterways and Parks Commission will also have that decision. So I think I'm becoming more clear that I'll support this this resolution, I think it is, or ordinance, to declare this excess land.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. For any further comments, Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I appreciate your leadership on this discussion here very much, and I appreciate just the many gradations of options that are really before the council and reasons to maybe take a pause and also reasons to move forward. And I'm prepared to support this evening. I think this project, or excuse me, not the project, but this vote does two things. One, it allows the city to continue to allow potential proposals to really strike while the iron is hot and to preserve land that belongs to the people of our city. And I see that possibility here. As a member of the Redevelopment Authority, I have to say that the RDA was blown away by the amount of proposals that the RDA received, and the caliber and the value of each proposal was exceeded everybody's expectation. And people already lining up to say, if I can't have it here, I'd like to develop nearby. And so while this isn't slated for one particular person, city has indicated that they'd like to take the leadership on doing a request for proposals, which could spell out some contemporary visions and values that our community is demonstrating to make sure that a project would align with that. So I really feel like this is just the first step in future alignment for just exploring what could be. Maybe none of that will come to fruition, but we can't really explore that until we declare this as excess. So I will be supporting this for those reasons.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further comments, motions before we take a vote? Councilmember Graggart.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Yeah, I feel that, I mean, obviously there could be other uses for this land than a surface parking lot, and I think that's really important that we be visionary about that. It maybe doesn't take that much imagination, but I feel like there are opportunities to include the public, more public amenities into this space, perhaps, and we've obviously talked about that with the transit center, but as that being a potential location where it would be essentially a public-private partnership if that location had been chosen. We also have other, we have the library project coming up across the river that is talking about adding potentially a significant event venue space on the third floor. And it comes to mind, we have projects in other communities, our neighbors like Altoona that built, River Prairie Center as a new way of looking at public amenities as an indoor public space that maybe is rented out to private folks occasionally. But it seems like we may want to offer some amount of encouragement, including perhaps on the affordable housing topic, into the resolution that would make it clear that the city council's interested in a variety of options that maybe are able to serve the public even more. So I guess I really quickly.
Council member, if I could just
Yeah.
interrupt you.
Please.
My sense is that those types of asks would probably be part of the RFP.
Okay.
But I'm not certain on that, so maybe if you would ask a question before making a motion.
Sure.
Would you like to ask that as a question?
Yeah, my question would be, perhaps in the be it further resolved clause at the very end of the resolution, so that would be page 108, would it be appropriate to add a little bit more direction from council, such as adding wording that encourages proposals of a certain nature, or would that be further down the road? For example, like encouraging public amenities to be included, or affordable housing included into proposals or the RFP or something like that. I guess that would be a question for our city attorney, whether the language is already flexible enough perhaps to be able to do that.
City attorney?
Yeah, I'll happily jump on that last statement of yours. I think it is sufficiently flexible, but you know, it is your piece of legislation. If you want to put more in there, you can. But you know, as I was suggesting earlier, I think that is a little further down the line. You know, our intent and the way we would handle this property and have handled other substantial properties is to put out an RFP. You know, we've heard this feedback, so you know, so yes, the language is flexible enough. If your legislative interest is to provide some of that direction at this point, you can. But just know that that sort of limits the scope of what you might get back, as opposed to once you see what you get back, and you know, you can refine from there. But it's your call.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
City attorney. City council member Greger, would you like to, are you interested in making an amendment or adding language to this document?
No, I guess I think the resolution is written in such a way that we could continue that conversation, so.
And I believe it's true that we review the RFPs before they would go out? No. The language? No? Okay. When they come back, but not when they go out. Sure. City Manager Peters?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. So certainly to the extent that we're aware that affordable housing is an important issue for the council and the community, as well as a development that engages the public space and the river and the greenway that we have going through there, you know, we'll write the RFP in such a way that we'll be encouraging, you know, those kinds of things and asking for options and proposals on it. But as Mr. Nick pointed out, you know, leaving that broadly available will bring the most and best proposals to the table, and then we can sort through and negotiate those. But you know, the points that have been discussed here are certainly ones that we will be, you know, encouraging people to include in their development and their proposals that they be making to us.
Thank you, City Manager Peters. Further comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll. We are voting on declaring excess land on 100 Farwell Street.
Councilmember Worthman,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Manuel,
Aye.
Greigert,
Aye.
Weld.
Aye. That item passes. We'll move to item number 29, which is a resolution authorizing fourth quarter appropriations adjustments for the 2018 adopted budget and year-end carryovers for the adopted budget. Because this item amends the budget, a 2/3 vote of the elected members or 8 affirmative votes is required for adoption. Mr. Solinger.
Good evening. The resolution that you're being asked to approve includes 3 sets of budget adjustments. The first set includes fourth quarter 2018 budget appropriations for the operating budget. These include $111,600 for the health department. These are various grants and donations, much like what you see on a typical quarterly basis. $42,400 for the library fund on the operating side. For various grants and donations, again, this is a fairly typical quarterly adjustment. And $1,677 in the general fund for the police department for a community foundation grant that they received. The second set of budget adjustments you're being asked to approve are also for fourth quarter 2018 adjustments, but these are on the capital budget side. So there's an adjustment request of $5,359. This is in our land, buildings, and equipment capital fund for fire gear reimbursement. There was a fairly recent incident with our fire department that involved some contamination of their bunker gear that they wear when they fight fires. They received reimbursement from the entity that they went and fought the fire for. So they'll use that reimbursement to purchase new gear, essentially. So we're just asking you to appropriate that reimbursement for the purchase of new fire gear for them. There's also an appropriation request of $3,580, also in the Land, Buildings, and Equipment Fund. This is also related to community foundation grants that the police department receives. There is just a portion of it that applied to their operating budget and then a portion that applied to their capital budget. I believe this involves the Chippewa Valley Forensics Lab. And actually, that's an appropriation you see on a somewhat regular basis too. The third set of budget adjustments involve 2018 to 2019 operating budget carryovers. So we have a fairly large capital carryover list that will come before you a little bit later this year. This is just a set that apply to the operating budget. So there's a request for $342,700 in the general fund in the Community Services Department. This is for the remaining balance of the unexpended balance related to the lead service line replacement program and that ongoing program. There's a $19,000 carryover request in our transit operating budget related to the transit development plan, particularly tied to some federal funding that we anticipate receiving that will help offset some of the costs we incur for that transit development plan, or TDP. There's a request for $17,200 in the general fund in the Community Services Department for a Mayo Clinic hometown health grant. This, I believe, is for some active aging fitness amenities in McDonough Park. There's a $12,500 request in the city's general fund related to the fire department. This is an annually recurring amount of money that we receive from the state of Wisconsin. It's called the Funding Assistance Program, and this helps offset costs related to our EMS programming, specifically for EMS training. So we're carrying over some unexpended funds related to that program. And then there's a request for $5,500 in the library's operating budget for a Connect and Create grant. This is another one where we've received the grant. There's just some unexpended balance related to that grant that we will carry over into the new year, spend it, receive reimbursement for it. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions from council? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Solinger. Then a motion by, we're just going to start over from the beginning. Councilmember Anderson, seconded by Councilmember Emanuel. This budget appropriation, this is a fourth quarter resolution authorizing fourth quarter appropriation adjustments, has been moved. Is there any discussion or conversation on this item? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson. Stapleton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Grigert.
Aye.
Well.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye. Next up is item 30. This is a resolution accepting and appropriating an urban wildlife abatement and control grant from the Department of Natural Resources to be used for deer and Canada goose management. This again will require a vote of 2/3 of the elected members or 8 affirmative votes. This is Mr. Todd Qualla.
Good evening. Recently, we applied for a grant from the Department of Natural Resources to assist us with managing our Canada goose population and our white-tailed deer population. We recently received notification that we would be awarded the grant. The difference being here is this particular grant, we have combined the Canada goose management with the white-tailed deer management. Previous grants to this nature were separate in their own right. The primary work that we'll be doing with the in-kind match for this grant, it's a 50-50 match, will be egg and nest depredation for the Canada goose population, primarily on the Chippewa River, and likely an aerial survey for the white-tailed deer population. If there's any questions regarding this particular grant and the objectives of, I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Thank you, Mr. Qualla. Are there questions regarding this grant? Suppose I have one. Just was looking over this. If I heard you correctly, one of the things that has to be reported out is the number of deer, the number of geese that have been removed. Are you able to use this grant and report back that a certain number of deer or geese were removed?
Yeah, with the goose roundup, we've conducted 2 of those in the past few years. A goose roundup, we won't incur a goose roundup unless the population of our Canada geese in our parks in the city reach a level of about 75 adult pairs. Mm-hmm. With the goose roundup that we completed last year, we relocated 63 adult geese. I don't anticipate us having to go through a goose roundup this year. It's looking like the trend is setting up to perhaps undertake a goose roundup every third year. We'd like to see that go a little farther, but if necessary, we will. And the deer quantifying the deer taken from the city, we have third year now. We had a managed deer hunt on the well fields. Mm-hmm. We had success with that this year, where there was 5 deer taken in an early season and 1 deer taken in a late January 5th and 6th season. That's not a large number of deer coming out of the community, but with the liberal archery regulations of Act 71, I assume there are more deer coming, being harvested within the city limits. What will help us track the amount of deer harvested is a recent development of the urban subunit, and that's a deer management unit. However, that urban subunit stretches from Lafayette Township in Chippewa County all the way down to near Lowe's Creek in Eau Claire County. So it'll be hard for us to disseminate exactly what came out of the city of Eau Claire, but this first year was this past season, so we'll, time will tell as to how effective that urban subunit is as far as managing our deer herd. Mm-hmm. The key will be to be able to continue with the aerial surveys and measure our population. If we can't measure it, it's difficult to manage.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. Further questions from council? See none? Oh, sorry. Councilmember Weld.
I'm just curious about a goose roundup and what that looks like and how that works.
Oh, a goose roundup. It's not like herding cats, but it's not far from. With the assistance of Department of Ag's Wildlife Services, they'll bring in their staff. We provide a little bit of assistance, but they conduct these quite often. They're very skilled at it. What they basically do is we monitor the goose, primary problems where the geese are really, making a mess in our park spaces. And they will basically come in about the time the geese are flightless, when they're molting, and they will, actually get them up on shore, and then with small panel fences, corral them, and then catch them and put them in crates and relocate them. Mm-hmm.
Are they relocating them to heaven, or?
Yes, to a happy place. Actually, the disposition is they are sent back to Rhinelander, and they're euthanized, and the carcasses are used to sent to a wildlife or raptor center to feed captive birds of prey.
Thank you, Mr. Quall. Any other questions? See none. Thank you again for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Then on a motion by Councilmember Weld and seconded by Councilmember Beaton, this item, this grant has been moved. Is there discussion on this item? I'll just say a few words on this. I've generally voted no on these types of things. I've both the deer issues and Canadian goose issue. One of the issues that I have with it is the sustainability of this way of managing wildlife, and I know that other communities have looked at ways of using, whether it's dogs or other things, to kind of look at how to sustain it, like sort of long term, look at not allowing as many geese into the parks. And my fear is that we just continuously put money into killing animals instead of looking at how are we doing shore treatments, how are we looking at other options, because the reality is that because we have so much forest space in our community, because we have certain types of treatments along our waterways, geese, it invites geese to want to be there. And to me, it's just unfortunate that that we manage the population this way. I understand that I'm in the minority on that, but I think just long term, I like to think that we could find a better way on this. I'll vote yes for this evening, but again, like to reiterate just that I think there's a better way on this. Any other comments on this item? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Braigert.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
That item passes. We will move then to the Veterans Tribute Trail. We had a long presentation last evening on this. This item 31, is a resolution approving a site plan in P Public District for a Veterans Tribute Trail and amenities located north of Madison Street, west of 4th Street. Are there any questions from council or follow-up from what we heard last evening with Mr. Scott Allen on this item? Councilmember Greigert?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. This may have a few questions.
For Mr. Scott Allen?
I'm sorry. It'd be for Mr. Pippinger probably, but.
Okay. Let's take the questions for these two items together, if that's all right with council. Okay. Mr. Pippinger?
Thank you, Mr. Pippinger.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for bringing the site plan as well, because I guess one of the things that came up last night was related to bicycle parking. Do you foresee a way to include bike parking at near both of the parking lots, or in a variety of locations?
Well, certainly for the main parking lot, I did have a chance to talk to the veterans group, and they would be fine with putting some bicycle parking into this area here. This lot here, I'm not quite sure if we've got 12 stalls in there for the gardeners group in the neighborhood. I'm not sure if there would be enough. If we can find some area there, we certainly can, but I think in this lot here that is directly off the trail might be the more appropriate.
So they were in agreement of putting, I think, four bicycle areas for enough for about 8 bikes to be located in this area.
So I guess I foresee people who are biking to probably get a bit closer to the trail than at the parking lot on the north end, for example. So I guess something to consider would be to
We can look at both
other
areas
places.
once they get constructed. It'll be look at where the demand is.
Okay. That's another question.
Sure.
If you don't mind. I guess the site plan does not have like everything that was mentioned to be included in this project, and obviously it's somewhat flexible and ongoing over time, and it has multiple phases. But I guess I'm wondering the trail connection from the parking lot to the memorial on the north end, that is not on the site plan. Is that pretty assuredly going to be part of the first phase, or is that more of the second phase when the second lot goes in?
That would be likely second phase, because the first phase was to put in the trail, the 12-foot trail, and then also the gathering area. And then the second phase was to put in the parking lot. At that point, that's where we'll develop the plan to make sure that there's a connection from the parking lot to the gathering area.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Council members have any additional questions? Mr. Pippinger, I have one. Just wanted to follow up. I had a conversation with our city manager earlier, but regarding the sign plan that I brought up last night with the community garden, that had been approved by the city council and by Waterways. I assume that's still intact as is?
It is. I actually have a copy of it. I did not bring it up here, but that is something that certainly we have the locations already planned out that have been approved. And an example of the sign itself. So that will still be moving forward.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do council members have any additional questions for Mr. Pippinger this evening? Councilmember Graggart.
Worthman, I guess I was wondering from the programmatic standpoint of this, and we have obviously a long tradition of Memorial Day parade downtown that ends at Owen Park. Do you foresee any changes in Memorial Day activities or additional activities at this location, or?
Not so much with Memorial Day, but Veterans Day, certainly. I could see that this would be the location where the ceremony for Veterans Day would be. There may be some activity in the park during Memorial Day just for reflection and remembrance. But again, if it does come up, it's likely going to be a special event, so that is something that will come forth as a special event if it gets to the elevation that council would have to approve it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pippinger. Thank you, Councilmember Graggart. Any other questions? I see none. Thank you again for your work on this. Then on a motion by Councilmember Graggart, seconded by Councilmember Berge, this item, Veterans Tribute Trail, item 31, has been moved. Conversation, Councilmember Beaton.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be seeing this proposal before us. This has been in consideration for, I think, 2 years or so now, and to be honest, I did have some concerns at the beginning about the impact this would have on the garden in particular, and as well as making sure that we're honoring peace in this project as well. But I've been extremely impressed actually by the amount of civic engagement and public input that the leaders of this project have made and have let that public engagement impact their plans. I've seen the plans change to allow for minimum impacts to the garden, and I've seen changes made to honor peace. And so I'm really pleased and really wanted to commend the leaders of this project for the work that they've done to engage the public and make sure that everyone's voices were at the table with this project. In regards to the parking lot that would be serving the gardeners, I really would strongly encourage the city to, there you are, encourage the city to look at some bike parking there. I've done a bit of gardening at this park here, and bike parking is actually a big problem in that area for gardeners. I've been in the park where there's, you know, like 5 unparked or unlocked bicycles, and it's never been that big of an issue because it hasn't, that park isn't well trafficked by people other than gardeners. But I think if there are more people in the park, there would be there's already a need for bike parking there, and with more people in the park, there would be even more of a need for bike parking there. So you know, as a gardener myself, I would not walk my bike down to the other parking lot. I would just choose to risk it, and so down by the pavilion. And so I would encourage staff to look at bike parking at both locations there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. And if I could just say that this first item, item 31, is regarding the P Public District site plan. I believe in terms of the design elements, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we want to have that conversation in the item 32 when we bring up item 32. So if I could just encourage council members to kind of notice the distinction on that, the design elements versus it's not is it a rezone? Site plan, my apologies. Further comments on item 31? Again, a resolution approving site plan, P Public District for Veterans Tribute Trail. Any other further comments? Councilmember Graggart.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I certainly do want to show my support for this. I do think it was a great example of collaboration, and you know, between the bicycle community, the gardeners, the neighbors, veterans, and really a pretty good example of how our city and county can work together too. So I really want to commend staff for their work and intense involvement in it really as well. And I guess part of it comes down to there's been I guess the educational side of it, and the in my time when I worked at the Chippewa Valley Museum, just how much interest there really is in the history of this community and the people that have lived here, and making sure we have a place for remembering people that maybe in the future as well. So I just wanted to show my support for this project.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further comments before we vote? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Berge. Aye. Christopherson.
Aye.
Amanda Bell.
Aye.
Graggart.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
And item 31 passes. We move to our next item on the agenda, which is item 32. This resolution approves the design, the proposed design of the Veterans Tribute Trail and its amenities. Are there questions specifically? Well, we had questions before, so we'll move it by Councilmember Christopherson, seconded by Councilmember Anderson. This item has been moved. I have an amendment, but I'll wait to hear if anyone else has an amendment they would like to offer on this item. Also open it up to speaking turns. Councilmember Berge?
I have an amendment as well, but
Sure.
should I
Would you
offer
like
that
to
now, or?
Sure.
Well, it's a little, maybe a little awkward, me talking about it, so hopefully you can follow along. But, so should I just say the motion first and then?
Sure. Yeah, you would like to motion to amend?
Mm-hmm. So I would like to put it in writing, that the Veterans Trail tribute trail reflect the diversity of our veterans and include minority veterans, including women veterans, and veterans of color within the design. Both of these things were mentioned last night verbally, and I just want to solidify that plan in the word of the resolution. They also mentioned last night, and I heard from constituents, the importance of the, lifting up the peace part of this, and I also thought it might be good to solidify that as well. So.
Okay, do we have is there a clear enough understanding of the motion to have a seconder? Councilmember Beaton, would you like to second that? Okay. It's been seconded by Councilmember Beaton. I guess I'll just pause for a second. Well, do you want to offer? Okay. Do you want to, yeah, we'll bring it up on the screen. Okay. Would you like to speak to it first then?
Sure. I mean, just to repeat that, the plan sounds wonderful, and I was really excited and loved hearing their plans of including our Hmong veterans of our community, and then they brought up the Ho-Chunk Nation as well. So I just wanted to lift that up and make sure that their stories are heard as well. It's part of our local history. And then, as I said, the constituents emailed me about the piece, lifting up the piece as well, and so I wanted to include that. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Beaton, as a seconder, did you want to speak next on that? No. Okay. Do we have any further comments on this amendment as offered on the screen? Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President. I definitely support the spirit of what this is trying to achieve, so definitely have my support for that. I'm wondering about enforceability, or I guess our authority to ask the group to do this. I guess enforceability, what happens if they come forward and maybe there's a brochure about a minority veteran or something that maybe doesn't align to perhaps a desire. So can we enforce this, and how do we know that it's successful?
Okay, City Attorney?
I don't know. To me.
That to
Yeah,
me or
sorry.
to the mover?
Was that, my apologies.
That's a really
Councilmember
good
Emanuel.
question. It's a sincere question. It's definitely not rhetorical, and I definitely am very, very, very supportive of this. I just want to explore, I guess, the enforceability. So maybe the city, but also maybe I can start with the mover to see if she would like to speak or has more insights, or if not, then to the city attorney.
Yeah, and I take that. That makes a lot of sense, because it wouldn't make sense to put something in there that you can't enforce. I guess they verbalized all these things last night, so it's just more of a putting that in writing. So how would we enforce anything that they said last night? But, I don't know. I just want, I'm sure they plan to follow through, but just to make sure that they know how important it is if the body votes on this, that the council believes it should be included. And I want to be careful of micromanaging, and I didn't want to say specifically what this would look like, but in some ways I would like veterans of color to be, and veterans to be honored.
Mhm.
But
I'll ask our City Attorney. Would you elaborate further?
My general thought on it would be that it's direction probably to that last point in the current resolution that says subject reasonably subject to reasonable control and regulation of Director of Community Services and City Manager. So I think there's some, I guess, insight that those individuals can draw then from a motion such as this. You know, as I flip through it and recall, you know, the conversation last evening, I think, you know, you're also at, you know, certainly a legitimate spot that you can provide some feedback to them, but really when you look through the subsequent pages, and I'm doing that now in your packet, you know, you have a site plan that has a trail. It's laying out locations for trees and a restroom, you know, and those aren't issues of racial diversity or gender diversity, you know, they're park layout, they're site plan type things. So I think where that comes in, as I understand their project very broadly, just from what I heard last night, is that's in the interpretive information. So I don't think those signs have been created, and you know what you heard last evening is they don't want a lot of signs. Instead, what they want is an online presence. You know, so you know you can scan it and go to that. That's not necessarily a city space, frankly, for us to review. You know, it's not part of the physical space, so I don't see honestly, you know, us taking a role in editing what they have as documents online. The other place that I just heard from their presentation last night of where those stories will come out is based on those individuals that donate. It looks like it's $500 to get a granite paver, you know, in that kind of memory or whatever they call it, that circled area that again the architect came up and spoke to. So I think it'll depend on, you know, who gets those. You know, do you get one for yourself, or do you get one for a loved one who may have served, and then it'll be that story, and that will somewhat self-determine the diversity. So honestly, at least as I'm seeing it, and what you're approving, again, it can inform that final comment, which does say, you know, broad regulation. But a lot of that probably is still to come. The other spot, what I guess would be like the statuary. So they were saying that that's a future step. So what sort of statues are approved, and are, you know, is it an image of a male, female, African American, Native American soldier? You know, that's not part of really what's in front of you yet. But that kind of motion, if adopted, I guess would help inform what you're looking for.
Thank you, City Attorney Nick. Councilmember Berge, that was one of the things that when you had brought this amendment forward, I had kind of envisioned that it was either those plaques that are sort of along, if you look on here, each of the wards have a plaque, either by the plaques or the statuaries, which I think, as I just heard, are not part of this phase of the plan. Is that correct? But that if what might make sense is to actually add the word plaques or statuaries at the beginning in the first line. So it says Veterans Tribute Trail plaques and statuaries reflect the diversity of veterans and include minorities. So then it's a little more specific about where you intend that reflection to be. That would be my suggestion. Further, Councilmember Weld.
Thank you, Acting President. I'm in support of the motion and again, the spirit behind it. I just wonder, since we are equal partners, you know, with the veterans group, and you know, this is their tribute, that, and I know that they verbally mentioned it last night, but if, you know, out of respect for them and their project, if we owe them the opportunity to, you know, to look at this and say that yes, we agree, and you know, answer any questions that may be there, and I guess I'm just throwing that out there for discussion more than anything. But you know, we're working together, and they've been so good to work with. I just want to make sure that we continue that relationship and not throw something in here that they haven't really had a chance to put in writing and agree to in writing. And not that I doubt, I'm certain they'll agree to it, but just a thought.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President. There's part of me that says, I think we get the spirit, just vote on it and we'll figure it out. You know, so there's part of me that just feels inclined to do that. I guess two other things I see about how can we get to a solution and honor the spirit that this is going towards is perhaps changing or adding a little bit of the word, something like, and be it further resolved that the City Council of Eau Claire strongly implores the Veterans Tribute Trail to reflect the da-da-da-da versus making it, I guess just indicating that we really want to lift that up and encourage that. The other is perhaps a formal communication, you know, so maybe taking this out and somehow doing a formal, asking either the council president or the city manager to do a formal communication, which council's done in previous years to say, well, we just really want to drive this point home, but maybe we don't want to get it tangled up in the resolution. But just to have some type of formal communique to say, we really want you to make sure this is mentioned. And then again, it's up to them. I mean, how they design it, you know, as long as they're following the code, I think they still get to have that choice.
Councilmember Berge?
Thanks. I would be open to either of those. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll wait to see if there's anyone else who has further comments on this before I offer a comment. Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I really appreciate the spirit of this because I think our how we tell our stories is so important for everyone going forward. And I think that this is really about making sure that we're honoring all veterans who served our country. I do wonder if something like a formal communication might be really productive, especially in sort of growing a relationship and having opportunities to exchange concerns and creative ideas. I don't know, it might just be more of an invitation. Thank you.
Councilmember Emanuel?
So what if we did this? I'm just going to go on the fly, just thinking about the mover who brought this forward and is sharing the leadership on that, and perhaps our other Emily, who is really gifted at writing. And I'm wondering if you two would be willing to write up a communication on behalf of council and send it off, and we can, I don't know if we need to take formal action, but we can direct council members Berge and Anderson to communicate on behalf of the city council to a sentiment that's reflected here, or if we can just say that informally and we don't need a motion. I don't know how that works.
Councilmember Berge?
I guess that sounds great. If we were to write a letter on behalf of council, I would like, I guess, maybe if that would probably be a vote to say, you know, so we can actually officially speak on behalf of council. So
We could bring that back at another meeting. Yeah. Councilmember or City Manager Peters?
We were just agreeing with Councilmember Berge that if one or two council members are being asked to speak on behalf of the council, it would be appropriate for the council to provide some formal direction on what that is, so that you know the boundaries of the communication that you're having on behalf of the entire council.
Thank you. And if I could offer Councilmember Berge, my sense is that this be it for the resolved clause could add further weight to that letter as well. So if we did both, then the letter could explain a little bit more of the thinking behind this. So that's just something to throw out as well. Further conversation, Councilmember Berge?
I'm fine though taking whatever the body wants, either way, taking this off and then just doing a letter or doing both. I mean.
Okay. Well, let's, Any further comments? I could say for myself, I'll be supporting this, and I think a letter to further clarify it. But I'm open to hearing other conversation from council members. Councilmember Christopherson?
Acting President Worthman, I feel I might have a minority voice. I'm very much in favor of this sentiment, but not in emotion. It doesn't seem to fit with this resolution. I was quite taken in the presentation about the purpose of this to be to honor, educate, and reflect, and on a personal, so it seems like the organizational movement behind the Veterans Tribute is that personal remembering one another. And if there are no, I don't see that it's our position to say that somebody has to go out and find the people that want to participate. And I heard that the desire behind that certainly would support this, but I think we begin to lay something else over this effort by putting this motion in there. So I like the idea that we want to support the veterans in as fully gathering as the diverse body that they are, but I don't feel as comfortable putting this motion into the resolution.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Councilmember Graggart?
Yeah, thank you, Acting President Worthman. I do think that perhaps a letter would be able to explain some of the nuance there, perhaps a little bit better than this, although I think this is where we would start in terms of writing that letter, because I think it is well worded. But perhaps it should be more, encouraging rather than saying that this is, yeah, it's hard. I guess, I don't know if there's a way that the council could actually see a letter before it goes out, but it starts to get a little complicated to try to be that nitpicky, I guess. But I would be in favor of a letter, and the sentiment here is very appropriate, I think, that we want to communicate, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Graggart. Councilmember Emanuel?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I'll do my best at trying to help us move forward with a solution here. So I would like to make a motion that we write. It's going to be a little hybrid of this. So, and it be it further resolved that the City Council of Eau Claire directs Council Members Berge and Anderson to send a formal communication to encourage the Veteran Trail Tribute Group to, and then use pretty much the rest of that language to reflect the diversity and capture the rest of that. And if I could have a second, I can speak very briefly about that.
Seconded by Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I think I absolutely trust Council Members Berge and Anderson. They're brilliant, thoughtful, kind, considerate, and very good at writing. So I don't feel that I would want to or see a copy of this before it went out. I think it would be appropriate then, if council voted on this, that letter would certainly be shared with the city manager and the clerk, and I would ask the city manager to put it in the following council packet whenever that letter would go out.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Emanuel. Any further comments before we vote on this? Councilmember Graggart?
Thank you, Acting President. Yeah, I feel very comfortable with the two volunteer authors writing it.
So I guess we have a motion that amends the motion currently. So I think if we asked the movers and the second, I think we could have asked if it was a friendly. Is that correct? But we didn't do that, and we're already kind of down the road. So, and I think the original motion was actually Councilmember Berge and Councilmember Beaton. So this motion amends that. I guess we'll just take it up and vote it, and then vote the next one. Does council feel ready for a vote? Okay. On the motion by Councilmember Emmanuel and Anderson, which amends which amends this language. I'll let Councilmember Emmanuel repeat it.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. This amended motion would read, and be it further resolved that the City Council of Eau Claire directs Council Members Berge and Anderson to send a formal communication to encourage the Veteran Tribute Trail group to, and then the rest of this, two statements.
Thank you for that. I see no further comment on that. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Draigert,
Aye.
Weld,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
That passes, and we have an amended motion on the table. Any conversation on that before we vote? Councilmember Christopherson?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I'd need to now understand, be more specific about what we're voting on.
So at this point, we're voting on the motion that Councilmember Emmanuel and Anderson, the language that they just, that Councilmember Emmanuel just reiterated.
So what happens to this, what happens to
That's
this?
already been amended. We just voted to amend that.
So does this piece that we're just voting on, does that go as a part of the resolution then?
Yes.
So that'll
Yep.
go into this resolution, okay. But it, yeah, as opposed to being, I was imagining, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
if
so
I-
we just changed that language to include writing a letter. And so now we're voting on that to be
So-
included.
I do have a little confusion here, so I just want to tell you where my confusion is. I was voting yes, that a letter would be sent out.
Mhm.
I did not, in my thinking, have that motion going into the resolution as part of the tribute. So,
Okay. I understand your concern and the confusion. Councilmember Emmanuel?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I'll just offer, I think that's the only way to do that. It has to be attached to something that we're voting on. So I don't think there's another mechanism that we could use to do that. Although it gets away from directing the project what to do, it directs the body of what to do.
Any further comment? We're voting on this motion, which has now been amended. Any further comment? I see none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emmanuel,
Aye.
Draigert,
Aye.
Weld,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson.
aye.
And that amendment passes. I would like to offer an amendment as well to this item. If I could just ask for this to be put on the screen. Pass on up to everyone. Yeah, I would like to offer an amendment to include the bike parking at, doesn't specifically say, but this motion would be to amend the proposed design of Veterans Trail and amenities to include 4 bike parking racks, a combination of minimum of 8 bicycles at the, I will specify which parking lot. It's the, I believe it's the Oak Street. Hang on, let me just double check that's right. At the Oak Street parking lot. So if I could add that, that language, Oak Street parking lot, to the end of that.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Graggart. I'll just follow up by saying that from Councilmember Beaton's point earlier, that is not only is that a location where there's a number of neighborhood and community gardeners who park bikes, but on top of it, that's actually a potential trailhead as well, where people may bring their vehicles and park and ride the trail. And Councilmember Beaton is right to point out that there's always a number of bicycles that are sort of tied up to trees, tied up to the pavilion, or just left And so this would be highly used, and with the increase of traffic, I think it makes a lot of sense to make it a more formal situation with bicycle racks. So that's why I'm offering this amendment. Council members have any, Councilmember Well?
Thank you, Acting President. Just a clarification, so is this the smaller lot in the middle? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll on this amendment to add the bike parking at Oak Street.
Councilmember Gragert,
Aye.
Well,
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
And that passes. We move back to the item on the table, which again is number 32. This resolution is approving the proposed design of the Veterans Trail and its amenities. Council members have any further comments about this huge project or any other amendments they would like to make? Thoughts, considerations? Any other comments before we take a vote? Seeing none, I would actually like to just offer my thanks again to Mr. Pippinger, to all of the veterans who joined us last evening and were a part of this project. I think I went to at least 6, 7, maybe even 8 different meetings on this, and the veterans were always packing the house at every single event, and was, you know, obviously hats off to their incredible fundraising, but also their advocacy in helping to bring this forward. I'm excited, as I've kind of talked about in the past, because I think if you look at this neighborhood, the North Riverfront's neighborhood, that has traditionally struggled since you know, the 1880s and the logging era, that all of a sudden you're starting to see these different pieces come together that really is lifting up this neighborhood and making it better for a lot of folks. Having the community garden there and the ability for veterans and a memorial, the increased traffic of our community, the fact that we have a kind of I would say a local food zone, looking at the breweries on the other side, looking at the edible landscape, the farmer's market, community garden. All of these pieces are starting to come together and really help that neighborhood. And so for a lot of reasons, I think this synergy is a positive thing. I guess that's all I wanted to say, but just thank you to everyone who put a lot of hard work into this project. Clerk, please call the roll on this item.
Councilmember Weld,
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Gragert.
Aye.
And that item passes. I would like to recognize City Manager Peters for an additional comment too.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I normally wouldn't jump in here, but if you would indulge me just for a minute, I'd like to build off some comments that Councilmember Gragert and Acting President Worthman said, in that, you know, we frequently talk about the 3 Ps, which are public-private partnerships. This thing that you just passed, it's a 5-P-er. I mean, we did it in Eau Claire style. And you've got, you know, 3 really public elements to it, certainly with the city. You know, the city is providing the land for this. We'll be doing all the maintenance of it, and just the administrative processes and work that took place from Mr. Pippinger and Mr. Koala. A lot of effort there that has gone to that. The county, I think we haven't talked much about that, was making a significant capital improvement. I mean, $450,000 in the city of Eau Claire. That's a big deal. And greatly appreciated that investment in infrastructure in the city. And then the public has 2 components. One, just that engagement. You know, I'm on the phone at least once a month with Mr. Beckfield, and he's working really hard to make sure that all the voices are being listened to. I've watched how the project has changed over time and how inclusive in the biggest way that they want to make this in listening to the public, and then just the public in terms of the you know, substantial fundraising that is going on for this, and then the private pieces is a not-for-profit that's going to be doing the programming for it. So we got 5 Ps here, not the traditional 3s, and I just want to also recognize all the different participants that have come together to make this what I think will be a really remarkable contribution to the community going forward.
Mhm.
Thank you for allowing me to make those comments.
Thank you, City Manager Peters. I'd like to take just a 3-minute recess. We still have a number of items, but if we could take just a 3-minute recess before we continue the rest of our agenda. Next up on our agenda this evening is certified survey map. This is a resolution approving a certified survey map with right-of-way dedication for CTHT, item number 33. Scott Allen, Mr. Scott Allen.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman and members of the council. This would be an item that would be considered anticlimactic after the last discussion item, but hopefully important nonetheless. On your map here, the overhead map, it's number 7. Again, these are numbers from the Plan Commission agenda, so apologize for any kind of confusion with the numbering, but did want to identify generally where that's located. And I can show a little bit more specifically an aerial photo here. Zoom out just a moment. There we go. Okay. This was brought before the Planning Commission last week. It is a request to approve a CSM with right-of-way dedication. The applicant is Ayers Associates, but the property owner is Gateway Industrial Park Corporation. They're requesting approval of this CSM for 2 lots and for right-of-way dedication of a small portion along County Trunk Highway T. The CSM dedicates a small rectangle on County Trunk Highway T to make the existing right-of-way consistent with the actual street. So there's some little zoom in here of the specifics here. So if you're kind of wondering, what are we specifically referring to here? Just some small slivers there. Again, the CSM includes right-of-way dedication for your review here tonight, hence that's why you have a CSM before you. Many times, especially a 2-lot CSM would be administrative in nature, but since it is including that right-of-way dedication, it is before you here this evening. It is very similar to all our CSMs that Planning Commission and City Council have reviewed. Most recently, there was one just north of here along County Line Road as well. So, kind of up in this area. Oops. So again, Gateway Industrial Park Corporation, the board there is just doing some modifications to property for marketability reasons and interests from prospective buyers. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Any questions regarding this CSM? Questions? I see none. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Then on a motion by, I think we're around to Councilmember Berge, seconded by Councilmember Christopherson. This certified survey map. Right-of-way dedication has been moved. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Manuel.
Aye.
Draegert.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
That item passes. We move to item 34. This is a resolution approving the final plat for Camden Place located east of Jeffers Road. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman and members of the council. Again, following numerical order, this time it is number 8, again off Jeffers Road. I'll show some more maps here in just a moment. This is a request for approval of the replat for Camden Place subdivision to create twin home lots. Again, at this segment located east of Jeffers Road. C&M Properties is the property owner. Applicant is Real Land Surveying. This also was presented to the Plan Commission and recommended for approval at their meeting last week. This is simply kind of a next step or in the process of developing the Camden Place subdivision. This replat creates 34 twin home lots within the subdivision. The proposed lots all meet the R2P zoning district standards and allows the developers more specifically to sell off the proposed twin homes to owners. So it's not really modifying the original proposal from about this time last year This was brought before you for the plat. What was presented then were essentially 17 lots with duplexes or twin homes on each lot. So this is really just splitting those lots so that they can be sold individually to the owners of each unit, rather than both units on one single lot. So to show just a little bit better picture, just a moment here. You can see here, I can certainly zoom in as well if needed, but this shows, again, because the aerial photo, again, the subdivision is so new, the aerial photo obviously doesn't show current construction already occurring there, but just to give you kind of a indication of what this was looking like originally. So a number of these lots are being now subdivided into two. I can show that more specifically on overhead here. So you can see here, a lot of those lots, these were single lots, are now being split into two. This 107 and 108, I think, shows a good indication of what that is intended to look like, where it shows, again, a twin home being essentially split in half. So all that to say, it's fairly straightforward in its approach here. It's not really modifying any of the density or any of the unit types in there. It's simply splitting lots into two so they can be sold off individually to the individual units. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this Camden Place replat? Any questions regarding this replat? I see none. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
On a motion then by Councilmember Anderson, seconded by Councilmember Emmanuel, Camden Place, item number 34 has been moved. Is there discussion? Any discussion on this? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Bergy.
Aye.
Christopherson. Emmanuel.
Aye.
Raygert.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye. And that item passes. We move to alley vacations. Item 35 is a resolution which would vacate alley east of South Barstow Street from Emery Street to 79 south of Seaver Street. This item was postponed from our January 21st and 22nd meetings. We had a presentation last night on this, but there may be follow-up questions from council. Any follow-up questions? Seeing none, on a motion by Councilmember Weld, seconded by Councilmember Beaton, this item has been moved. Is there any discussion? Discussion on this item? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton.
Aye.
Aye.
Bergy. Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Raygert.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
And that item passes. We move to item 36. This resolution releases utility easements within the alley east of South Barstow Street from Emery Street to 79 feet south of Seaver Street. Again, this item was postponed from our last legislative meeting. Are there any questions of Mr. Solberg on this item specifically? Any questions? Seeing none, on a motion by Councilmember Graggart, seconded by Councilmember Bergy, this item has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bergy.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Raygert.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
That item also passes. We move then to our ordinances for action this evening. Item number 37 is an ordinance rezoning properties located at 708, 718, and 720 South Farwell Street, 316 Emery Street, 707, 709, and 715 South Barstow Street from CBD to CBDP, and to approve the development plan for apartments with reduced setbacks. As you'll recall, this was also postponed from our prior meeting. If you happen to catch your email today, there was a number of very helpful and additional clarifications that were shared with the council as well. But if there are any questions from council regarding this project, now is the appropriate time to ask them. Councilmember Beaton.
Could I ask a question of the applicant?
Certainly.
Would that be okay?
Alex Padanos, 704 7th Avenue.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for being here today again.
Yeah, no problem.
I guess I wanted to ask you again to further go into more detail about affordable housing. To be entirely honest and very respectfully, I don't feel entirely satisfied with what we got last night. The way that I see it, and I guess I'm asking you to help clarify, but the way that I see it is that the city is giving some leeway for you and your team to build within our city outside of our normal policies with reduced setbacks. And it does concern me that an affordable housing conversation never happened, or that's kind of the impression that we got last night. And so, you know, the way I see it, it should be a give and take, right? Or a give and give, I guess. And so I'm wondering if you could go into more detail about why that conversation never happened, or if it did, how you came to the conclusion that affordable housing couldn't be a part of this project.
Mostly based on the cost of construction. Due to the property acquisition cost, it is a very expensive project. And we did multiple market studies comparing the classics in Altoona. That's the only other market comp in the area. And so we decided to go that route to kind of not mirror that project, but do something similar, if not nicer.
Okay.
Would you like a follow-up?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Okay. I'll ask if other council members have questions for the applicant or any other. Councilmember Christopherson?
I just want to join in the conversation with you because I did hear your presentation at the Plan Commission and heard that you're emulating the classic in building this facility. And I just want to share with my colleagues that the classic was the first institution, or, well, I'll say institution, meaning that more broadly, that offered continuous care for individuals going from independent into memory care in the same building. So that's the first organization that offered that service at Market in Eau Claire, and they do have a waiting list. And that do I understand that you had people inquiring about openings from out of town?
Yeah, we have 20 people on our waiting list since the Leader Telegram article came out about a month ago.
So although I am very much in favor and want to support what we can do to increase our affordable housing for seniors, this is something that we have a need for, and there is a market for in Eau Claire.
If I can add to that, there's a 3-year waiting list for 2 bedrooms at the Classics. We're incorporating a large number of 2 bedrooms in comparison to that project, their unit mix.
Thank you. Any further questions at this time? Don't see any. Thank you again for answering those additional questions.
Thank you.
Then on a motion by, I believe it would be Councilmember Weld, seconded by Councilmember Beaton, this item, this rezoning has been moved and is open for discussion. Is there anyone that would like to speak first on this? Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Orthman. I will be supporting this evening. I think this does have significant value to our community. I also feel that this brings to light the urgency that our community wants to have as standards that can be applied for housing projects. As of right now, the city does not have any standards for this type of project that would compel a developer to comply with affordable housing criteria. And so we have to continue on that. And the city is. Next meeting, we'll be talking about that again. And so, of course, I wish that this could incorporate that. And at the same time, I know that a body can't arbitrarily just start applying standards that don't exist yet. So would this project come back in a year or even 6 months and perhaps my vote might be a little different? Maybe so, but we have the rules established in place and I honor those, and I also honor the work that we have going forward to set perhaps a standard that the community is really asking for. And in the meantime, we have people who want to age in place in the heart of our community, and I think this is a wonderful thing.
Thank you, Councilmember Emanuel. Councilmember Beat.
Just wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Christofferson and to the applicant. That was all actually very helpful in clarifying some confusion I had and concerns I had. I've been struggling with this all day, and after hearing about that, I'm also going to be supporting. I also wanted to reiterate what Councilmember Emanuel had said, that I think this decision has really presented the urgency of our affordable housing discussion. I really hope that we come to a conclusion or a start in our conversation of affordable housing where these kind of projects aren't as tricky to decide. I hope that we get to a point where the culture of our city and our city council is to consider these things first. I really would like to not to move away from a culture of how this happened, where we have a good opportunity for affordable housing that's being passed up, or even what appears to be a good opportunity for affordable housing. I think that the fact that it was even hard to assess whether this would be a good opportunity for affordable housing is something that I feel disappointed with. But I am hopeful to hear that there's, for this certain variety of senior housing, among a diversity of different varieties, that this variety is in high demand. So appreciate that feedback from my colleagues. So I will be supporting, but am eager to dig into affordable housing.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. Further comments? Councilmember Weld.
Thank you, Acting President. I will also be supporting, obviously, we have a demand for lower income housing and certainly recognize that and support the push to create more. At the same time, though, we have a demand for housing throughout the entire community for all income levels. And I think if anything, the more housing that we can continue to build, the more vacancies that we can create, the more opportunities we have to hopefully find, affordable housing for everybody. And then also, I did have just a minute to look at the Ecumen, if I'm saying that right. And I was really happy and pleased to see this company and the successes that they've had and the respect that they have throughout all the communities that they're part of. For 10 years now, they've been voted one of the best places to work in Minnesota and in the Minneapolis area. They seem to be really focused, and so that is one of our goals too as a community is creating more jobs and respectful jobs and hopefully higher paying jobs too that meet our growing cost of living. And they are nonprofit, which I think is great, and they're taking all that money that they earn and they're putting it back into each of the communities that they're working in, and then also giving it and putting more money into their employees and training and so on. So again, I am in support.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. Comments or ideas? Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. This is very close to my district, and the Third Ward Neighborhood Association did take this up, so I did want to acknowledge that they were able to review this and did ultimately support it. There were some, concerns certainly with the height of the building. There's not a lot of tall buildings in that part of the neighborhood. And there was some concern about density, but I think there was a lot of open-mindedness to some redevelopment opportunities that can really help revitalize kind of the southern edge of the downtown and how that transitions with the neighborhood. There was also certainly some concern about the housing that will be taken down and demolished in that area is perhaps somewhat affordable housing right now. So we are technically losing affordable housing with this project. And I don't think that should necessarily be ignored. I do plan to support it. And I do think that the setbacks that we're talking about being flexible on in this case are appropriate as well. I think that it kind of helps us build density, and with other projects that have been in front of us, it helps us fit in some of the parking requirements that we're mandating upon private developers. I do think it also, to an extent, it can add some diversity to the community and in that neighborhood. I think our community can be just as, there's a lot of, I guess, a lot of talk about how welcoming we can be to young people, but I think having intergenerational neighborhoods, I think this kind of helps in that regard, in attracting retirees from other parts of the state or even the country. And I guess I did also want to acknowledge we're in the county building right now, and the county had their courthouse in Wilson Park, back in the day. So I think, there has been some turnover in what has existed in that neighborhood, and I think it's appropriate transition that this project makes, is that we do have some room for increasing density and increasing housing in that part of the downtown. So I'm excited to see what this project can bring and bring to the neighborhood as well as our downtown. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Graggart. Any further comments on this project? Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I really appreciate this conversation. I've learned so much from this conversation with my colleagues and with the applicant. So I'm really grateful for that, just because this is a really tough one for me. On the one hand, I want to see sort of intergenerational flourishing in our beautiful downtown. On the other hand, I feel very grieved that our downtown is as beautiful and as vibrant as it is because of public investment. And we have lost, with the closing of Severson Home, one place where people from all walks of life could spend the last years of their lives in a beautiful downtown. And it really makes me sad to see our downtown becoming a place where only those who have the extreme privilege of having a lot left at their end of their life can live. And so I just want to reiterate the need for some comprehensive policy solutions from us, because the downtown belongs to all of us. We made it the place that it is, and we need to make sure that there is equal access to it. Thanks.
Further comments from the body? Any further comments? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll on this item.
Councilmember Christopherson,
Aye.
Manuel,
Aye.
Graggart,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
Anderson,
No.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
And that item passes. We move next to item 38 on our agenda. This is regarding industrial park zoning. The next two items. 38 is an ordinance amending the zoning code of the city of Eau Claire by amending the general development plan for sign standards for Gateway Northwest Business Park. Mr. Allen presented last evening on this item. Are there any follow-up questions that council may have before we move it? Any follow-up? No. Then on a motion by Councilmember Graggart, seconded by Councilmember Berge, this item has been moved and is open for discussion. Any discussion? I see none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emmanuel.
Aye.
Gragert.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
And item 38 passes. We move to item 39. This is an ordinance amending the zoning code of the city of Eau Claire by amending the general development plan for the sign standards at Gateway West Business Park. Are there any questions or follow-up from this item? We heard a presentation last evening. I don't see any at this time. So then on a motion by council members Christopherson and seconded by Councilmember Anderson, number 39 has been moved. Is open for discussion. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gragert.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
And that item passes. We move then to our last ordinance for action. Item 40 is an ordinance amending Chapter 3.16 entitled Special Assessments of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire and the Special Assessment Policies to amend sidewalk repair assessments to be consistent with current residential corner lot policies. Mr. Solberg had a presentation last night that described what this ordinance amendment would do. But are there any follow-up questions for him at this time or anyone else? Follow-up questions? I don't see any. Then on a motion by Councilmember Emmanuel, seconded by Councilmember Weld, item 40, Special Assessment Policy Amendment has been moved. Is there discussion on this? I don't see any discussion. I would like to just offer a thank you to Mr. Solberg for your work in identifying that this was an issue, had gone on for some period of time, but that, trying to find a solution and make something that was a little more fair to our residents in our community. So I want to thank you for the work put in to find this, figure out a solution, and bring this forward to the council. Seeing no further comments on the ordinance, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson. Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Gragert.
Aye.
And that item passes. We move then to our ordinances for introduction. First up is item 41. This ordinance would create chapter 5.64 entitled Dockless Bicycle Share and amend section 10.08.100 entitled Parking. Is there a wish from the council at this time to suspend the rules and take up this item? Seeing no such desire, we will close that. Move to item number 42. This item is regarding parking. It's an ordinance amending Table 9 of the City Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire entitled Parking During Specified Hours, and specifically parking prohibited passenger loading zone related to parking near the Pablo Center at the confluence. Is there any wish or desire by council at this time to suspend the rules and take up this item for action? Any desire? I see none. We then will move to our announcements by our city manager and our city council. City Manager Peters.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Maybe fortuitously, but we canceled the work session for tonight, and it's being replaced, or we're pivoting to an open house. This is the discussion about receiving some input and feedback from all of you on the council chambers design that is underway at the Farwell City Hall building. Mr. Solberg is going to be available with some other staff between 11 and 1 on Friday. If that doesn't work, we can also work something else out. But if you would contact Ms. Kathy Marole, we have half-hour slots so that you could come down and actually, stand in the site, in the facility, kind of look at it and provide your thoughts and feedback. We recognize that's a small window and relatively quickly, but if we can receive the feedback from some of you on Friday, that would be helpful. And if you have other times that you'd like to, just contact Kathy and we'll work that out. Next Wednesday is the rescheduled Chippewa Valley Rally. So if good day. So hopefully, we can go a week without severe weather that would cancel it, and we'll be able to have that. And then a week from Friday is the Chamber's Eggs and Issue. It's the state of the city, and so you're certainly all welcome to attend that. So again, you can contact Kathy to sign up. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Peters. Sorry, your
That's okay.
mic cut out there for a second. Are there any announcements from city council members this evening before we adjourn? Any announcements? I don't see any. Then on a motion by council members Beaton and Graggart, this meeting will be adjourned.
This program was brought to you by a cooperation between Newsworks and the City of Eau Claire. A transcript of this meeting is available for the hearing impaired. It will be available within 7 days of this telecast. Call 715-839-4912 or TDD 715-839-1689. Or write Eau Claire City Clerk, P.O. Box 5148, Eau Claire, Wisconsin 54702-5148. Newsworks is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, please contact us via phone at 715-839-5067 or online at valleymediaworks.org.